Fucker. I swear to God, I'm going to I'm going to strangle YouTube. YouTube needs to get their shit together because it is unacceptable. All right, there's nothing like a live stream starting off with me just raging at YouTube. I think that's how they all start off. I genuinely think that's how they all start off for good reason, okay? YouTube, for whatever reason, decides F society first. Yes, you are, brother. Thank you for popping in. Okay, YouTube hates me and with a fervent passion because I apparently sit down to do my live stream right on time. You know, I was outside with Buddy. Buddy had to play real quick. And so come back inside, put him up, sit down. I just start streaming and should just take a few seconds and then press the go live button. Me and YouTube were in a slapping fight where I was pressing the button and it was deselecting it, telling me I was going live, but then doing nothing. Brother, YouTube can just, on the off chance that someone from YouTube is watching this, just fix your shit, brah. Like, I know live streaming must be a difficult and challenging thing to get set up, but I would very much appreciate it if you could get your life together, because it would make me being on time to my own live streams much more possible. Thank you. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I might as well just starting early all the time. I'll schedule it for 15 minutes after when I'm actually going to go live, and then I'll just go live beforehand. That can't hurt anything, I'm sure. Okay, so if you're hopping into this live stream, you're probably reading the title and being like, okay, so we're going to talk about Fedora, gaming, and, you know, other stuff, right? Right. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar, yesterday I was doing a live stream and had plenty of people in here. We were having a good old time, just relaxing, talking, chilling, having a great old time. I streamed I still haven't even checked up on it, but I know for a fact it was well over 7 hours. I streamed for longer than a work day yesterday, and it was super fun. It was awesome. But we started off on Arch, talking with my buddy Manny, talking about Linux distros that I needed to check out because I was going to move away from Arch. Not because Arch necessarily was the problem. I think it was more Xorg. But anyway, I was having issues on my Arch install. I wanted to try something new. And yeah, I mean, that's always how a fantastic day goes, is by distro hopping. Right, boys? Like, nothing can go wrong there. Do you ever thought about an Alpine Linux VM? Here's the thing. I don't use VMs whatsoever. I absolutely dislike VMs. I mean, they're handy for trying something out, but for me personally, if I'm going to try something out, it's probably because I'm looking to put it on my hardware. And normally, when it comes to Linux, your actual hardware will be the only problem that you'll run into. So for me, VMs, testing out other stuff, not really worth it. Or I don't know. It just, to me, I don't really look at it that way. If I'm going to try something, it's going straight on the hardware itself, because that will highlight any real world problems that I would have. Now, but that being said, I do need to actually just search Alpine. We were talking about that yesterday, and I didn't even search into it. But anyway, I was on Arch having issues. We moved over, tried Elementary OS for a little bit, did a little challenge. Well, I didn't actually even participate in the challenge because I couldn't make a video on the damn thing because it was, well, I mean, I could have made it on the beta. The actual Elementary OS wouldn't even boot on my computer. We could argue about like what I could have done to get it to boot, but trust me when I say it would not. I mean, I was turning off IOMMU. I was doing a whole bunch of stuff. Like, don't think I'm just stupid and lazy and did nothing. I tried to get Elementary OS to boot on this laptop. It would not happen. Tried out the beta. Beta was good in that it booted. But graphical programs, and again, seemingly random ones like OBS would work, but Firefox and other graphical programs that were very simple, like, I don't know, this Software Center were just like clearly not getting any performance benefit from my graphics card. I don't know, man. It was abysmal. So we hopped from that and tried Ubuntu Unity, which is a spin of Ubuntu that takes Unity 7, modernizes it, and well, it's Unity 7. And I was one of the few people who really liked Unity 7. So I'm like, look, I'll give this a try. This seems great. Try it out. Guess what? Not a good time. Why? Well, because the installer was, I guess, just made by somebody who doesn't have a lot of time to work on it. Because I was getting random error. Like, I've never had an installer be that buggy before. Like, it was random errors. Then one time it almost looked like it was going to install, but then got random error, crashed the entire installer. It was a nightmare. I couldn't get it installed. So then I downloaded, because somebody told me I should, I downloaded Impish Idri. Again, that's Ubuntu 21.10, the upcoming release. For those of you who don't know, downloaded that, a daily build of that. It worked, but then as soon as I got in it, Wayland would show me black screens, and then if I switch over to Xorg, I was getting the same issue I was having in Elementary OS Beta and Arch, where just graphical programs are not doing good. So then we moved on over to Fedora, and this is where I'm sitting right now. I've tried Fedora in the past. Like, me and Matt did a challenge where I was checking out Fedora for a while. I think, I mean, it wasn't really a challenge. It was just something where we had to use Pipewire for a week and, you know, do that, talk about that on the podcast, what issues we ran into, how it worked for us, all that stuff. So I'm back here on Fedora, and Fedora's fine. I like Fedora. Yes, but Alpine isn't good for real hardware, I heard, because BusyBox and Muse-L. Oh yeah. Well, see, that's a real thing. If the Linux distro does not use glibc, I can't use it. Because Steam requires glibc, and even though I'm not a massive gamer, I'm not spending like a ton of my time like balls deep in, I don't know, GTA 5 or something, like, or like blowing my life away trying to get achievements and shit in Destiny 2 or something like that. I still like to play games, and I, for one, am not willing to do the work of setting up some type of Docker container where I could like install glibc and like essentially have like a virtual machine that I go into. I mean, not really a virtual machine, but might as well be, that I go into to just be able to run Steam and stuff. Like, no, it's a little too complicated. A little bit over my head, all right? I like things to just be simple and work. That's why I like Kiss. But the problem with Kiss is, well, it's Muse-L, so can't use it. Wait, can you play Destiny 2 on Linux? As far as I know, yes. Oh shit, hold on. I just heard something pop back here. Yep. Really? Give me just 1 second, okay? All right. Sorry about that. Just one of my. Oh, apparently my phone's sitting here on the ground too. I don't know why. But all right. Had one of my little. What is it called? Zip ties or whatever. It's got like 3M tape on one side that I stick to the back of my desk to cable manage all this shit. Because I've got tons of cables and I can't see any of them. It's effing awesome. But it popped off because I really, what I need to do is just rip off the 3M tape. And I've got this Gorilla Glue tape right here. I need to slap that on the back of there. That bitch will never come off. But that's something for another day, another time. But let me go ahead and check. I'm going to actually I don't know if you've already done it. You might have. Proton DB. We'll go here. You might have already checked to see if Destiny 2 is on here, but I'm going to go ahead and do it for me. As far as I know, it runs. Oh no, it's completely borked through Proton. Okay. Appears, runs, then stops. Yep. Not working. That's awesome. Silent crash does not work. The game does not work. Yeah, it's completely broken. Okay, I thought you could. Guess not. Well, Steam and Valve needs to get that fixed because we're supposed to have 100% game compatibility by December. So, where's Destiny 2? I have a friend, his whole life is about Destiny 2. That's so cringe, bro. So cringe. And he wants to play together, but I thought I can't play on Linux. Oh, you like the background cosmetics? Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. I like them too. I think they're great. I think it really does make, I don't know. It's just better than a green screen being behind me, or just me being green screened out over something. And it's also way better than just having blank walls. Way better, because I also have never had my room look this nice before. I've never decorated my room like this. So I really like it. But I will say one thing. If your buddy's playing Destiny 2 all the time, his whole life, hopefully to God, he'll get out of that phase, because that is very cringe. I mean, I like games, but there is no game that becomes my whole life. No game. I can't do that thing. I can't become that guy who's like, you know what? Like, I wake up in the morning and all I think about is GTA 5. I go to sleep at night and I'm dreaming in GTA 5. Like, I can't become that dude. I mean, I like gaming, but I'm not like that hardcore. So again, talking about Fedora, how has Fedora been so far? It's been absolutely fantastic. Again, they're using flat packs and stuff, so hate it, love it. Here's my thing. And like, really, in all honesty, let's be honest with each other. It all comes down to this. It's not fucking snaps. Who cares? Who cares? I don't give two dong waters what it's using, as long as it ain't Snap. Because Snap can just fuck right on off with that shit. I hate snaps. Snaps are like, can we just talk about this? Why in the absolute fuck are snaps proprietary? Why would you make something that's shit and also proprietary as a FOSS company, organization? Like, I know Canonical wants to make money, but here's the thing. You're inside of the FOSS space. Why the hell Snap's proprietary? One, don't know, don't care, because they can fuck right on off. Also, Canonical. What are you doing? Like, what? It's not his whole life? Okay. But it's like Linux for you. Yeah, so it's like his, his hobby. Like, that I understand. Just like when a game is like all that you're doing, like when you can't go out to dinner with your family because you're too busy playing Destiny 2, chill. It's all right. All right? Go out, spend some nice time with your family, get a bomb dinner, and come back. Destiny 2 will still be there. Same with every game. Like, Linux is the same thing. Like, people need to learn, like, not people in general, but there are definitely people out there that need to learn, like, balance. Like, it's funny that people don't understand this. Like, everything in life is balance. Nothing is just, like, life is not black and white. You're not doing stuff wrong or right, okay? Just balance, okay? So, like, in everything. Shit. I mean, like, if we're being completely honest, you can eat cyanide and be completely fine and have it not diminish your lifespan one bit. Just gotta eat it in very low quantity. Chocolate, completely safe, delicious. Literally, a pound of chocolate will kill you. It just will. I mean, there's a chance you'll survive, but there's also just as likely of a chance that you're gonna have a heart attack. So, yeah. Yeah, if we spend much time together without Destiny 2. And that's good. That's good. See, not his whole life, just a nice hobby. Plus one balance. Dude, there is nothing like gaining skills and balance. It's the best. Cyanide and apple seeds. Yep. I had a buddy who used to literally, now, it it was my same buddy who passed away, well, not from schizophrenia, had schizophrenia and passed away. During one of his paranoid delusional like episodes, he got really into apple seeds and cyanide. Not taking too much, but yes, he was getting, literally, I didn't know this was possible, but you can get high off of apple seeds. Now, technically, you're getting high off the cyanide that's very toxic in there, but yeah, that's something that people apparently do. They get high off cyanide. So just in case you're ever like, I know all that there is to know, you don't, okay? There's always something new to learn and something that you'd be like, I probably shouldn't even know this. But yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. So if you're just now tuning in, what are we talking about? Fedora is nice. I like it. I'm down with the Flatpak situation. It's nice. I like it. It's all right. Again, I was just saying it. Flatpaks, they're not snaps. That's really all that matters. They're not snaps. I mean, I prefer an app image-based system, but Flatpaks are fine. I know people will point out there's security issues with Flatpaks. Yes, you're not wrong. However, if you want to be completely accurate about it, there are security issues in every file format and shit like, well, I mean, probably not every file format. I assume there are some out there that are actually built for security, but let's be honest, it's not like your MP4 is a file format that's just designated for security. But Flatpaks, they're still not snaps. It's better. It's just better. The system is working flawlessly. I can let me get a relevant program opened up here. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's minimize EU, and I'll just load up my file browser because I have no idea what I'm going to do. But we can hop on over here to my scene, and yeah, okay, wait, hold on. One reason to not run systemd, you will never feel the pain of snaps. I mean, true, but you could just not use snaps too. Don't necessarily have to just carve out systemd from your system to not have to mess with snaps. But a byproduct of not using systemd is snaps are not even an option, so that's nice. Flatpak is the least bad of those systems. Snap is giga cringe. True. Again, I still prefer app images, but Flatpak is way better. Like to me it goes snaps, Flatpaks, app images. But if we're being honest, I would like anything over a snap is better in my opinion. Anything. I don't care if you're running a Windows executable through Wine. It's still better than a snap. Fundamentally. Just saying. I run systemd. Same, I think. I mean, to be honest, here's how much I care about systemd. I don't even know if Fedora's running it. I mean, I assume so. I mean, I would be very surprised if this is using OpenRC or something. But anyway, to be honest, I don't care. Systemd has never been something I cared about. Like, people will talk about systemd all day long. But here's the thing. If you actually understand what systemd is, there's nothing to complain about. Systemd is operating under the same idea that the GNU core utils are. It's a group of applications. Just when it comes to systemd, what most people care about and what most people only use is the init system. And I mean, bruh, if you want to use a different one, do it. Like, I don't care. Like, doesn't affect me one bit. And also, here's the thing, systemd too, it works. It, like, OpenRC is, as far as I know, it's just now hit the point where it's as fast as systemd is. For a long time, OpenRC was a little bit slower. And I mean, we're talking about milliseconds. Like, it doesn't matter. All the init systems are fast. Run it, works. OpenRC works. I mean, now that being said, I have never gotten a run it system up and working on a workstation PC. VMs, fine. For some reason, run it has a real issue with my hardware, and it could also just be Void, if we're being honest, because I think Void is the only run it distro that I've tried on this computer. But yeah, I mean, Systemd is fine. App images and Flatpaks work perfectly fine in Ubuntu. App images and working fine perfectly in Ubuntu. Yes, we should make our own proprietary version for no reason. Well, see, here's the, like, that's my thing about snaps is, like, really, in all honesty, I wouldn't hate snaps as much as I do if they weren't proprietary. Like, why? Like, canonical. It serves no purpose. It genuinely doesn't. Like, what are you worried about? Why is it proprietary? Why? I see the reason why I have a big problem with it being proprietary is I firmly believe the reason why snaps are proprietary is because Canonical doesn't want you to know just how shit they are. That's my opinion on it. If you want to test run it and make sure it's not Void, just Void causing the issue, Artix has a run it version. You're right. I actually did not know. I have tried Artix run it version, and as far as I know, that installed and was fine. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was fine. So it might just be Void. You are right. I can't remember. It's been a while. Gentoo, didn't you try to install it on this laptop? Yes, I've tried installing Gentoo twice on this laptop. Gentoo is already a hurdle to overcome, and then there's a lot of setup that I have to do, like with different things that I had. Like, once I was to get Gentoo installed, I would have to test different stuff to see what settings I need to set for the graphics card. Because a newer kernel I might not have to do that much, might not even have to do anything, but it's a pain. It's a pain. Like, I mean, also, here's the real thing, okay? Look, I've got a Patreon, and if enough people were to go over and start supporting me on Patreon and be like, okay, it's time, if I had, like, even just 3 patrons, and all of them were like, okay, it's time for Gentoo now, I'd be like, okay, yeah, like, you sort of bullied me into it. Like, I could be bullied into running Gentoo for a long time. The only thing, though, is I don't know how long it would be until y'all started getting videos and stuff like that again. Who knows? Also, I'd have to, like, pre-approve it with Mac. So I'd be like, okay, like, look, I've got a gigabyte bricks I can maybe, like, ham together and in enough time to do the podcast. But yeah, I mean, I wish Gentoo was functional, but it's not for me. It's just turned out to be not. It's something that in my head I really want to like. I really want to just install it and absolutely fall in love. I really like the idea behind Gentoo. In practice, not for me. Void's been flaky for me too, on everything that isn't just a ThinkPad. You have a damn good point there. I have tried installing Void on many different systems. I have tried it on the gigabyte bricks that I have. I've tried it on this laptop. I've tried it on my desktop PC. Void is just one of those things where, like, on my actual hardware, for some reason, no. Void's just like, tap out. I'm done. Can't do it. Too hard. Too difficult. But so, talking about other systems here, is there anything in Fedora here that you guys particularly want me to talk about, change? Actually, now that I'm thinking about what we do need to do, is I do need to load up a terminal. I still need to change my font in here, because that is something that is absolutely going to need changing. You know what? Oh, okay. Thank you. Let's go. I want to get just the Ubuntu mono font for Fedora. Come on. There's got to be a way I can just pull it down. What in the balls? Absolutely. Nope. Let me just see if I can download it. Regular 400, select this style. Yes, sir. Dismiss. Download all. Yes. Save file. Okay. Pop into my browser here. Ubuntu Mono. All right. All right. Now we're going to take this. Oh, no, not copy. Cut. We're going to cut that into my home directory here. Into documents. I should have my fonts right here. We're just gonna paste that bad boy in there. We're gonna go in here. We're gonna take Ubuntu regular install. Perfect. Ubuntu italic install, and it's installed. Who cares? Install. Perfect. Bold install. Perfect. So open up italic, install. You bitch. Okay, whatever. It's gonna do its own thing. Okay, so got that done, Imundo. Let's close that and let's go here and let's vim into my Alacrity file because we need to change these here because I don't want this Ubuntu title in the terminal. It's just, you know. So we're going to do Ubuntu Mono. And see, another thing is, apparently, I didn't notice this at first, but this font here does not have capitals in it. It is all lowercase. So we definitely don't want this in my terminal here. That would be muy not bueno. That's how you speak. Oh, this clackety keyboard. I'm sure y'all are loving it. All right. And then actually, let's go in here and make it 14. It's the same size. Q, save that. What the? Okay, cool. Okay. I was like, there's no way that it should be that tiny. Let's go ahead. Let's bump this up to 16. Q. All right. And then now I could just do that and make it a little bit bigger. Why the fuck is it so hard in GNOME to change the shell font? Because you need to use the tweaks tool, or do what I'm doing here, where you just uninstall the GNOME terminal because, ew, gross, and then you just install Alacrity and just change it in the config. Much better. This font installing reminds me of Windows. Yes, I don't have to install it that way. I could have just dragged it into a fonts folder, you know, like, I don't know, a normal Linux user, but since it's got it, might as well just do it. However, I will say one thing. If you click installing and it shows up as installed, that's awesome, great. If it just flips back over to install, don't worry. For some ungodly reason, GNOME has installed it, but just decided that it's not going to tell you that. So it's interesting, just something to keep in mind. The system does do what it's saying it's doing, but it just doesn't always tell you when it's done. Italic is just cool. It's just too cool for school, homie. True that. I'm no Vim expert, but you could do :/s/ubuntu title/ubuntu gvim. That is true. It's true. I could definitely do it faster. There's a lot of stuff that I do in Vim that I could do faster, but here's the thing. I'm just comfortable in Vim. I'm clearly not the type of person that is doing, like, I'm not a terminal for life where I'm doing a ton of stuff in the terminal all the time. I pop into the terminal, I get what I wanted to get done. Like, here's one thing. If I do ls here, you'll see LSD command not found. I use LSD for my file manager, or for ls in the terminal. Good Lord, if I can talk. And LSD, not the drug. I mean, Gotta love it, but not the drug, okay? This is LS Deluxe, and we need to install that. Let's just do a sudo dnf install, because that would be amazing. LSD. How much you want to bet it's not in here? Oh, you are muy beautiful, muy beautiful. That is what I like to see. Let's go ahead and let's install this. And actually, one thing that we do need to do is we can go in here and we can turn on like parallel downloads and stuff in DNF. So we need to do that. We could probably do, I'm trying to remember, it's Etsy DNF, DNF.conf. Yep, here it is. Okay, so I know there's a few settings in here that we can change. Actually, hold on. Let me get a browser loaded up here. If we pop on over to YouTube, I was actually watching, I don't know if it was last night or this morning. It might have been this morning. I need to pop into my history here, let you guys see the absolute shit that it is that I watch. Here we go. 5 things you must do.
Hello, everybody.
Whoa. Okay. Look. Nope. I got you coming out of 2 nope. Just nope. Don't need to hear you. I mean, Tech Hunt. It's not like you got bad voice or anything. I just want to optimize the DNF config here. Okay. Here we go. All right, so someone told me yesterday I needed to do this. I totally forgot, but let's, first things first, let's add fastest mirror equals true. Oh, excuse me, I need to do a capital there. Okay, cool, epic. And then we need max underscore parallel. I can spell that, parallel underscore downloads. We want to make that equal to, I think we can go all the way up to 10. Let's do that. Screw Pac-Man, it's just 2 parallel downloads. So we've got 10 max parallel downloads. That's epic. And then we can also change, I don't really think that we need to do this, but for me, because it actually makes me pay more attention, but, oh, cancel, I just want to close that tab. Okay, let's, well, actually, let me go ahead and hide that. All right, so what we can do now is add default yes equal to true. And WQ, son of a whore, I always forget. That is so upsetting. Sudo vim cut. Dang it. Okay, well, let's do max. I can't remember what was the first one. Shit. And of course, I closed out of that tab. Damn it. Actually, it is. Yeah, it does look better than Pac-Man, and it's. I mean, it's pretty. It's pretty. Yeah, I wouldn't say stuff like that is actually common knowledge. A lot of people don't replace stuff, and to be honest, not a lot of people use Vim in the fastest way possible. It's just, even if you're using Vim in the most dumb way, it is still a fast and reliable text editor. And let's be honest, me, I like to do stuff the dumb way. I just do. Speaking of doing stuff the dumb way, let me go back in here and I'm going to load this video back up so that I can see what the hell it is that I missed. Okay, it was fastest mirror. I knew it was something that was important. Fastest mirror equals true. And we're going to do max underscore parallel downloads equals true. And then default yes equals true. Perfect. All right, so now we've got that. So if I do a sudo DNF, I know there's not going to be anything here, but if we do an update command, Yep, nothing to do. So can't check it to see if it's going to be working all that great. Or actually, I mean, I guess I could sudo dnf install. Let's do htop. I don't think htop's already on here. Perfect. Yep. So it's defaulting to Y. Perfect. Determining fastest mirror. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Epic. So now we got htop. I'll run htop. Here we go. Here we go. Holy turd. Holy turd. Wow. I left my computer up and running overnight, and somehow we've gone from streaming and YouTube here taking up 3.8 gigs to like 6.5. Damn. That's a little bit excessive. Almost using up half my RAM. That's not normal. But not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. Okay, I got plenty of RAM. This thing can do its thing. It's fine. It's fine. That's still plenty of RAM for me to game with. So it's fine. It's fine. Now, yesterday we checked out Borderlands pre-sequel. Apparently for the stream, audio was fine. For me, it was all kinds of screwy. I downloaded Doom, so we got Doom downloaded. I also downloaded Rocket League, so we can check these out. If y'all want to. If y'all would rather me do something different, then hey, just let me know. I'm gonna go over here and switch back over to the main webcam. Perfect. Awesome. Epic. That's what it's all about. Memory leak from the software, probably not the OS. You're probably right. The only weird thing is I left it open with no programs. Like not even Firefox was open overnight. It's just I left it on. That is normal on, yes, you're 100% right. It is normal on Windows. Memory leaks and just your system, like actually, as far as I know, when you boot up Windows now, it should be eating up about 4.3 gigs of RAM, just Windows, like not another program open, just on a fresh boot. Windows is using up about 4.3 gigs. Pretty sure about that. So, Rocket League. Want to see Rocket League? All right. Well then, I guess we could play some Rocket League. If we're gonna play some Rocket League, I am gonna go ahead and sit down because, well, it's Rocket League. Can just play Rocket League. So everybody get prepared, get suited up. We're gonna play some Rocket League. By the way, I know you guys are watching the stream right now, but just gonna go ahead and throw it out there. If you would like to play Steam games with me, you are more than welcome to hit me up with a Steam invite. Here's the thing. Definitely let me know your username before you try to send me a friend request, because I will ignore that shit if you do not tell me you're gonna send it to me. I get so many spam friend requests on Steam, probably because I've showed my username off in videos like this, or streams, videos and everything, so that's probably why. But yes, when I told a friend that I am using 300 megabytes of RAM, he just didn't want to believe me. Yeah, that's, dude, people didn't believe me when I was like, yeah, I mean, with Firefox open, like actually back when I was talking about this, I think I was still using Chrome. Like even Chrome on Linux, like your system, even on a bloated system, it's normally using up, like your whole system's got like 2 gigs eating up, you know? And that to a Windows user is like, my computer turns on and it's using 3.5 gigs of RAM. There's no way. Now I'll start my quest of moving to Debian 10 and achieve 120 megs from start. There you go. There you go. Again, I have said this before and I'll say it again just on the off chance that someone from Debian pops in here and sees this. I will not use Debian. I will not use that piece of quality software until they fix that website. It is atrocious. Fix your website. I absolutely, with a fervent passion, believe that Debian should be bent over a knee and paddled for the way its website works. It is atrocious. Fix it. Website looks fine. It just needs to function like you need to give people ISOs like, I don't know, a regular distribution would. Like your spider web of links to get to a relevant ISO is absolutely asinine. And quite frankly, I would say it's disgusting and upsetting to even use. Fix the website. Let's open an issue on their GitHub. I won't do it. I won't do it. I will not. See, here's the thing. If we want to be honest, let me just rage for a second here. It is not my fucking job to even point out a mistake or an error in design that big. It is absolute. I will not waste my fucking time telling them that their website functions like dog shit. Because here's the thing, if you're a Debian developer, go to your own god blessed fucking website. It's shit. It is dog shit. Dog water, dog poopy. It is absolutely the worst shiznit in the world. Fix it. I will not waste my time telling them, and I will not waste my time bitching about it anymore, because it is completely unacceptable. And it takes a monkey with 3/4 of a brain to try and use that website and get a non-free ISO to figure out that they're doing something majorly wrong. Just saying. Because net navigators are super floated. To get working at a level I'm expecting. Yeah. I mean, go for it. Yeah, I mean, they'll see, here's the thing too. I'm not going to waste my time because they'll tell me that it's set up just right. Like it's perfect. It's perfect. Like, again, I will not waste my time trying to point out an issue that is like, it doesn't even take a human to realize there's a problem. You sit, again, a retarded monkey in front of a computer, and that retarded monkey would literally speak English and be like, look, bro, this needs fixing. This is not good. God, like, it is so bad. It is so bad. Just like, take a hint from any other Linux distro. Just look at their website. Yours, again, I'm speaking to a Debian developer here. Your way of distributing ISOs is atrocious. It just fundamentally is. There's no argument to be had there. And if you think there is, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Like, you're just wrong. There's thousands of other Linux websites. Like, bruh, Slackware knows how to deliver an ISO better than Debian does. Flat out. Also, the fact that their non-free ISO is an instant download on their website is like, when you click the downloads button, Debian, the amount of people that have a system that Debian is just going to install on and everything work with the regular no, like, included non-frees is like, that's like 2% of the world. The average noob who comes to your site should not have to be a Linux expert to even get an ISO that's going to work. Like, I'm sorry, but you are, like, as a Debian developer, if you think your site is functioning perfectly, you are arrogant, a dirty POS, and you need to reevaluate your life. Like, that site needs major work. Really, all it is the links need major work. Just reorganize your archives, man. It's not that hard. I swear to God, I know it's not. I think behind his page web design. Oh wait, I think behind his page web design is the idea that if you can find the ISO, if you can't find the ISO, you don't deserve to use Debian. To be honest, that's how it feels. That's how it feels. And all right, we're going off on a long tangent here, but we will just go off talking about Debian for a while. Okay, here's my thing. I completely agree with that sentiment. I completely agree with it. That's exactly what it feels like. And here's what I find extremely insulting about that. Debian is a fantastic operating system. It is a fantastic Linux distribution. It's been around for forever. It's great. Most people recommend Debian or Debian-based distros to new users. Literally. Like, if you want to truly learn Linux and you don't just want to pop into Ubuntu and shit just work, you want to learn Linux, you're going to go to Debian. People are going to recommend you towards Debian. And here's the major problem. If I'm someone who's a new Linux user and I want to learn about Linux, I want to install a Linux distro that's going to work and then learn how it works. Debian cannot, for the life of them, understand that a new Linux user is not going to install their regular ISO and then have Wi-Fi not work and then have all of this shit just not function properly because they didn't choose the non-free ISO that, again, should be the default. Like, your non-free ISO, hold on, fuck this, I'm gonna stand up because I'm gonna go off, okay? Your non-free ISO, Debian, let me just explain it to you, okay? Your non-free ISO, I get you don't want to have that be the default. I get it, because it's not completely free software. I understand. But see, here's the thing. You are a fuck Debian, learn who you are. Learn who you are, okay? You are a rock-solid, reliable Linux distribution aimed towards people who want to learn Linux. That's what you are. I don't give two fucking shits what you think you are. That's what you are, okay? That's the Linux distro that you are. Learn who you are, because if you know who you are, you would be that automatic bullshit download that happens on your website would be a non-free ISO. Why? Because that would guarantee that any Linux newbie who wants to learn about Linux fucking goes with Debian, it works, and then they can learn all the ins and outs of the system. And then when they know that the non-free ISO is unneeded for them, or that they just don't care that Wi-Fi won't work and they want to switch over to just using just no non-free shiznit, perfect. That's great. But look, for that to happen, the way you distribute your ISOs has to be conducive to new Linux users. Okay? That's just what it is. They really do. Isn't that why Ubuntu even exists? Debian for beginners. Learn in Ubuntu, then use the real thing. Here's the thing. I want to agree with you there. I want to agree with you there. But Canonical is doing so much shit that for a new Linux user who wants to learn about Linux, it's not really learning about Linux to hop into Ubuntu nowadays. Because what are you going to do in Ubuntu? Everything's fucking snaps. So what are you going to learn? The proper way to install a snap? Get the fuck on out here, okay? You're going to go with Debian. Someone is going to recommend Debian to you. Debian is actually good, but the effing way they distribute their ISOs is so atrocious and so back-asswards. Fix your shit. I mean, oh my God, it is unholy. Debian, I know the Debian conference is a popular thing. I know that there are solid developers behind Debian. Can y'all not fucking look at the way you're distributing ISOs? It's atrocious. It is not okay. You know what? Fuck, again, I'm going off on Debian right now. Okay, let's go to their website here. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pop into their website here. I'm gonna show you just how absolutely effing atrocious this thing is. Okay, we're gonna search Debian. Go to Debian.org. Okay. So I'm a new Linux user here, okay? I don't know shit about Linux. I don't know anything other than I know Debian is a stable distro and people have recommended it to me. I know that I'm not going to get a graphical user interface unless I choose it. And there's going to be a lot to learn, okay? I know it. So I go here and I go to the download page. Cool. Thank you for downloading Debian. This is Debian 10, codename Buster. Okay, so it pops up, Debian 10.10. Okay, I actually don't, see, here's the thing. Again, I'm talking as somebody, a Linux user, I'm not really familiar with what's going on right now. I don't even know that this is the most up-to-date version, because it doesn't even tell me that this is the most up-to-date. It just says, hey, this is Debian 10, codename Buster. Now, again, a new Linux user probably is going to assume this is going to be the most up-to-date thing, but you can't always assume everything, okay? So this just automatic pop-up here, it would make sense to say like, thank you for downloading the latest version of Debian or something. No, we just get this. And so again, I'm a new Linux user. I've got my laptop here. I install this, Wi-Fi is not gonna work. As far as I know, if I had an NVIDIA card, I'm gonna have problems there. Like, okay, so now let's say that I've had some issues. For some reason, I don't have, let's just say I don't have a convenient way of hooking up to Ethernet. So I can't use this. Let's say, let's just say that I am a more avid new Linux user, and I'm going to come back here and give Debian a second shot after it just for some reason not working. Okay, so we go down here, or let's just say someone tells me I need the non-free version. Okay, unofficial installers with non-free firmware. If I click there, because again, it's highlighted, so again, a non-newbie here, I would assume would click non-free software. I agree with you there. Screw new users. Finding the non-free ISO for experienced users is hard. If the solution is to Google it, then it's bad. Yes, like anybody who tells me like you should just Google it, like that's no. Like your fucking website should be easy to navigate. Come on. So here I'm getting a whole bunch of stuff about firmware, which again, a new Linux user is just going to skim this and be like, okay, this is explaining what firmware is. Yeah, this is not what I need. So we hop back, we go read through this, and it's unofficial non-free images, including firmware packages. This is what I need right here. Okay, so we get this massive directory here, 10.10 non-free, live non-free, archive, bullseye, DI alpha non-free. I don't know what bullseye is. Like, literally, legitimately, I'm not big into Debian, so I don't even know what the fuck bullseye is. And I am someone who's used Linux for a long time. I don't even know what all this shit is here. I'm gonna assume this is like new builds, like daily builds or something like that of Debian. Fuck me, I have no idea. Well, but see, here's the thing. Here's daily builds down here, weekly builds, weekly live builds, current live. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Again, as a new user, let's say I'm got half a brain. I'm like, well, I want the current version. So I go down here and I click on current. Now I'm going to get this spit out, AMD 64, i386. Okay, I've got a 64-bit processor. I click here. Okay, I want to flash this to a USB drive. I've got BT-BD. Don't even know what the fuck that is. BT-CD. Don't know. BT-DVD. Is that what I need? Don't know. ISO-BD. I don't even know what that is. ISO-CD, that might be it. ISO-DVD, that's probably the one I want to go with, but I don't. Jingdo BD, Jingdo-C, list BD, like list-DVD. What the fuck is going on? Okay, so let's just say I get lucky and click on ISO-DVD to flash this to a USB drive. With all those fucking options there, you can't add a USB one. I mean, what toenail clippings are you snorting? Jesus fucking Christ. Then we hop in here and I get this beautiful page here. What is in this? How do I use these files? What size and type of media do I need? If I've gone through this maze of getting here, and this is information that I probably already know. So like, I mean, I've been Googling, I've been researching my shit. I know where I am. Non-free firmware for convenience. For convenience for some users, this unofficial alternative build includes non-free firmware for extra support for some awkward hardware. Awkward hardware? Now, let's just say I've gotten to this point. I might now think that I don't actually need the non-free firmware because I don't have anything awkward. I just have a Wi-Fi device. Okay, horrible wording. But then we go all the way down through here, get to this directory, go all the way down here, and this here is the ISO that I need. What the absolute fuck is wrong with you, Debian? Oh, and here's another thing. This ISO is literally bigger than every single distribution that I have tried in the past few days. I have tried Ubuntu Unity. I have tried a daily build of Ubuntu. I've tried Elementary OS 6, the beta. All of them being almost all literally a full effing gig smaller. A full fucking gig smaller. What? Just what? Debian. Fix your, it is highly, highly unacceptable for this to be your website. I mean, highly unacceptable. This right here is so beyond atrocious, it's offensive. Like, it is actually offensive that this is how you think organizing your website is good. Like, bro, that is straight 3 pages of confusing archives. And here we go, get an automatic download. Fantastic. Also, here's the thing. If you're a new Linux user and you see this was your first image, was 336 megabytes, 336 megabytes. If you take that number right there and compare it to the non-free ISO, most people are going to think that that's installing a lot of shit that they don't need. I get it. Non-free shit's probably big, but there is absolutely no way that it's bigger than Ubuntu combined with your base Debian install. There is absolutely no fucking way. Come on. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with chat right now. Is everything in Ubuntu snaps these days? Pretty damn much. Pretty damn much. Bullseye is a release version. They named releases after Toy Story characters for some reason. That I mean, I could gripe about that, but that's a very minor detail. After everything I've just gone through, I downloaded the net install for Debian, worked fine in VirtualBox, but indeed might give issues with non-free drivers on hardware. It will. It will. Ironically, Ian Murdoch himself often complained that the Debian community made Debian too difficult for new users. One of the reasons he lost patience with his own project. See, it's not that Debian itself is actually not that hard for new users. There might be some Debian quirks that you need to learn, but Debian's not hard to use. It's just their website is designed to be confusing, to be misleading, to, like, I mean, need I say more, man? Like, this is unacceptable. Like, the fact that Debian is one of the most popular Linux distros out there, and this is how they distribute their ISOs, wholly on it. I mean, there is no reason that you could defend this. No reason. You can't. It is by far the most atrocious thing I've ever seen. Fix it. I mean, this is, I mean, like, I guarantee you, Pornhub can distribute shit better than this. Pornhub knows how to run their site better than Debian. That is truly saying something. A site that literally, by its definition, doesn't have to worry about actually how the website's designed because people will use it, knows how to design a website to be easier to use and easier to find relevant stuff than Debian does. Debian has been around. How long has this fucking distro existed? And they can't understand how to distribute an ISO. Like, I mean, y'all tell me any other distro. Like, I will go to Puppy Linux. Puppy Linux. I guarantee you we will go to their site here and it will be easier to use. Okay, so I'm here on the website. They got a big arrow button up here. I'm assuming that's download. I hover over it, it says download. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Download page. Okay, compatibility. Download links. I mean, need I say more? Debian. Debian. You are the prime example of a Linux distribution that makes, like, you're a good Linux distro. You're a good Linux distro. But to the general public who is not already into Linux, they're never going to try your distribution. And even people like me who have used Linux for a long time will refuse to use your distribution because you can't understand the most basic, fundamental detail of being a Linux distro, which is allowing people to download and install it. What the absolute fuck is wrong with you? Wow. This is horrible. Horrible. I mean, name any Linux distro, and I will go to their site, and I guarantee you it functions better than Debian for me being able to download an ISO that I want. Man, fuck. I mean, I will go off on Debian because it's just unacceptable. And then also, there's a lot of the times where this download link here, oh, I just forcibly clicked on it, and I have no idea what I did. Oh, okay, I press the top arrow button on my mouse, and that apparently does something. I have no idea. Anyway, so a lot of the times you click on this download button here, and it don't even work. It just does nothing. That's happened to me a few times. Again, it's been rare, but just randomly that download button there just stops functioning. So you can't even access the shittily put together archive to even get an ISO. It would be awesome to see you install Windows, just see it explode into a furious rage. This is awesome. Oh, dude, no, I've done that before, and that is, yeah. I don't think I was recording that, but yes, I did install Windows 10 not too long ago. It was probably like 3 or 4 months ago, and I didn't know that you like literally have to just disconnect from internet altogether, and that's how you get the option of not using a Microsoft account. I was raging pretty hard about that. I was like, what the F? It's hard to download, not hard to use, and that's my fucking point. That's my point. Debian is not something hard to use. It might, you could technically make the statement that it might be a little tricky. Might, for a new user, there's some stuff you're gonna have to learn. But that's the whole point. If you're choosing Debian as a new Linux user, you want to learn Linux. You don't want to learn how to properly dive through an ISO archive to fucking download, like, Jesus Christ, Debian. It is God. I mean, literally, the mountains of toenail clippings these guys are smoking, snorting is insane. The Debian homepage feels like a massive troll, but it's not. It's actually that Byzantine and convoluted, and it has always been. And That's true, and that's why I refuse to use it. And this site is a troll. This site is a troll because you look at it and you're like, oh, this is an organization, a community, whatever you want to say. This is a community of people that know how to just make a website because it's simple. I mean, it's not packed with information, but it's not information super sparse. It looks good, and it looks like you're just gonna have an easy time. And like, let's be honest, if you're the 2% of people out there that, you know, you're a new Linux user and you don't have a Wi-Fi card whatsoever and you never use it, yeah, this download here is gonna work and you're gonna be fine. But most of the world uses Wi-Fi, and most of the world, and by most, I mean like 98% of the world does not have a Wi-Fi card that is going to be supported in the non-free version. Just Debian. Fuck. Not sure these non-free ISOs are even official ISOs. Officially, they don't supply that. Yes, you are technically right. You are technically right. But let's be honest. If we go like why? So let's be real. Let's actually be real here. Why would Debian unofficially or officially not support the non-free ISO? Why? I'll give you a second to throw some chats in, or at least get your chat started typing, because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. It's a bullshit reason, and it doesn't even deserve to exist. Here's the reason. Here's the reason why they are unofficial and officially not supported. Why? Because Debian wants to get their D wet by the FSF. Debian wants to be an FSF approved distro at heart. And here's the thing, fuck the FSF. The FSF can literally suck a fat D, okay? The FSF does not understand Linux at all. And why? Well, because if you do some research on the FSF, man, they are literally the most asinine organization ever. They have literally a fucking webpage dedicated to telling you what words you shouldn't and shouldn't use when it comes to Linux. And if you read that list, they're effing retarded. They are the dumbest things in the world. Like, don't say creator because it's confusing as to what, like, it's demeaning to the creator, which is also just fucking wrong. But then also it muddies the water and what creation is, or some ethereal thing like that. Like, Richard Stallman can just piss right on. Like, I don't have any problem with Richard Stallman. I firmly believe in the freedom of speech. I think Richard Stallman should be able to smoke his nail clippings and talk as loud as he wants. If he says some stupid ass shit, cool. I don't think we should cancel him, but that should just be something like you can look back on and be like, well, that's why I don't take everything Richard Stallman says to heart. Just, there you go. I believe in the freedom of speech. But here's the thing. The FSF does not understand Linux as a, I don't know, usable thing. Like, here's the thing. If Debian was to become a FSF approved distro, it would literally immediately become the most successful FSF approved distro. Because let's go and let's just look at the FSF, Free Software Foundation. If you go here too, by the way, I don't know if they've taken it off their page or stopped doing it, but they literally they created a system for using artificial intelligence to track COVID patients. That was the FSF. Now, it was free software. Awesome. What? Like, the FSF, like, there's just so many problems here. Let's just, okay, I don't even know how to navigate their page because it's atrocious as well. FSF approved distros. Here we go. I'm going to have to go blow my nose here in a second. But FSF approved distros. Here we go. Here we go. Maybe out of all of these distributions here, maybe you've heard of Parabola, Triskel, maybe PureOS, maybe. And here's the thing. All of these Linux distros are not going to work on my hardware. None of them are going to work. Also, I don't have a computer in this house that's working at the moment that these will work on. So why the fuck would you want to be listed here? Why would you want to be involved with the FSF is the most retarded they are stupid. They just are. They just are. I don't want them to be that way. I would like it if the FSF or whatever was doing great things, but they just not. Yo, what's up, Turbo for Life? How you doing? Welcome to the stream where I absolutely rage about Debian and the FSF. But unintentionally triggered a rant. Oh, don't worry about unintentionally triggering a rant, because I really do like going off about this stuff, because it starts a real conversation. Okay, because like if you think the FSF is doing everything right and I'm completely wrong here, or you think that Debian, like the whole reason that they do this here, just give it a second. And I get this net install, which doesn't come with any non-free stuff. And again, for most systems, it's not even going to work. The reason I believe firmly they're doing that, the only reason, and the reason they make it absolutely asininely difficult to go find a non-free version, is because they really, really want the FSF to, wet their D just a little bit and put them on their site as approved distros. And here's the thing: if you go to the who on God's green earth goes to the FSF's webpage and looks at this list here and it's like, this is the acceptable list of Linux distros for me to run? Nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, tries these distributions out first. You just don't. You just don't. Why? Because hardware supports dog shit. Because it's just, some of these are absolutely horrible distributions. Like, literally, U22 here, horrible distribution. Horrible. Again, you can argue with me about this stuff. I don't care. Dinebolic, don't know. Horrible distribution. This thing here, Dragora, horrible distribution. Horrible. Hyperbola and Parabola. Parabola is actually pretty decent. It's essentially just Arch, just with none of the stuff that makes Arch amazing. But yeah, you got Pure OS, which is actually pretty fucking decent. It's pretty decent. Again, it's based on Debian. I don't understand the difference there. I don't know what Pure OS is doing that Debian's not, but hey, there's something. Maybe a bad user. Maybe. I feel like ranting about my last video. Yeah, Elementary OS. I knew you weren't gonna like that. It's a list of distributions to avoid. Duh. And let's talk about that. Let's genuinely talk about that. This list here is genuinely, I mean, I know you meant that jokingly, but this is a true list of distros to avoid. It just is. And again, why? Why does the FSF, let's talk about this for a second. I'm a big fan of DistroTube. I like DistroTube. DistroTube is hard on free software. Like, he's all about free software. Me and him, very much, even though I'm a huge fan of DistroTube, we disagree fundamentally on proprietary stuff. For him, if it's proprietary, it is garbage. For me, just because it's proprietary doesn't mean it's garbage. There is a lot of garbage proprietary software, but the reason to me it's proprietary or it's garbage is not because it's proprietary. That just happens to be an added minus on top of it being garbage software in general. Now, he supports the FSF, and that's something I will never understand. I will never understand. The FSF does absolutely nothing for Linux. Does absolutely nothing. And if you want to make the case that the FSF does something for Linux, You need a time machine, because you need to go back in time to when these people were actually relevant and these people were actually pushing Linux forward. Literally, the FSF is absolute dog water. It's a joke inside of the Linux community. Caring about the FSF is absolutely a joke. Also, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you now, if you're giving money to the FSF to support free software, like this again is my opinion. So my opinion, specifying my opinion, stop. Just stop. Give your money to the distribution that you like, or to a FOSS software project that you very like, because you are absolutely wasting money. You are wasting money by giving it to the FSF. They're not relevant. They don't do anything for Linux. Actually, they do worse things for Linux, because these people here would have you believe that these dog water piece of shit Linux distros are good to use. These are Linux distros that Richard Stallman and all the dudes at the FSF would have you believe these are what you should be running, or these are what you should be recommending to new Linux users. Dude, straight up, I would never have started using Linux if any of these distributions were my first. If I had tried any of the Triskel as my first distribution, never coming back to Linux. Never. Because why? Why? Because your first impression from any one of these distros is hardware compatibility is awful. Like, hardware compatibility on these distros might as well be worse than FreeBSD. What? Give your money to somebody or a project that is actually benefiting you. It is actually doing something inside of the Linux space that makes Linux relevant, that makes Linux worth using. Give your money there. These people here do not deserve your money at all. And it's not because they don't have good intentions. They really do. But their good intentions don't do anything when everything that they do hurts Linux or is completely and utterly useless and non-relevant. Like, can we just for a second go to the FSF approved, what is it, like words to avoid or use with care? I would love to figure out, I swear to God, Richard Stallman had to have wrote this page. Does it have, okay, this essay is published in Free Software, Free Society, the selected essays of Richard Stallman. So I'm going to assume Richard Stallman wrote these himself. And if we go through this list of words here, they're awful. Some of them are relevant, but saying 2 out of like 40 words is relevant is not good. Let's just go content here. This is great. Content. If you want to describe a feeling of comfort and satisfaction, by all means say you are content. But using the word as a noun to describe publications and works of authorship adopts an attitude you might rather avoid. It treats them as a commodity whose purpose is to fill a box and make money. In effect, it discourages the works themselves. If you don't agree with the attitude, you can call them works or publications. What? Bruh. Works, publications, content is exactly what it sounds like. Content doesn't mean that it's some capitalistic thing where you're trying to make money. Content is fucking content, brother. Okay? Like, I can look at a book, like, I don't know, let's pick Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Guess what? There's a lot of content inside of Harry Potter. Harry Potter is content. This video that you're watching is content. Bro, these are so irrelevant. Like, this is apparently something worthwhile. Like, let's be honest. Somebody at the FSF, again, assuming it was Richard Stallman, was like, this is a valuable use of my time. And here's the thing, if you're donating to the FSF, you're giving your money to support wasting time like this. No one effing cares. No one. Ad blocker. When the purpose of some program is to block advertisements, ad blocker is a good term for it. However, the The GNU browser IceCat blocks advertisements that track the user as a consequence of broader measures to prevent surveillance by websites. This is not an ad blocker, it's surveillance protection. Okay. Sick. Epic. Who the fuck cares? It's still an ad blocker. If your surveillance protection blocks ads, guess what? It's an ad blocker. Wow. Get the fuck on out. This is the biggest waste of time ever. And like I don't understand how you give money to the FSF and feel good about it. Like you're just like, oh well, this money here should definitely go into a shredder. The company, like the company organization, whatever you want to call it, is not relevant, doesn't understand anything, and also their website is not great. It's just not great. Do they just promote FOSS? No, because let's be honest. Like, here's the ironic thing. DistroTube gives money to the FSF. He supports the FSF. DistroTube has done more for Linux adoption in the past 3 to 4 years than the FSF has done in 10 years. And the reason I'm staring at the camera right now is because I'm sure a few of you just realized how true that statement is. They do nothing. They're not relevant. Yeah, they just do nothing. Yeah, they do nothing. They're not relevant. They're not useful. This organization, like, it's actually an insult to Linux that this is supposed to be free software. It's insulting that this is the representation that free software gets. It truly, I like free software too much to say that this should be the recommendation or the highlight of free software. This organization should be furthered away from Linux. This gross. This is just gross. They're not relevant. They don't know what, like, hold on, we're going to GNU software. Like, develop GNU software, all GNU packages. Oh, great. Oh, good. Oh, goody. We have a list of literally every single GNU piece of software. Epic. Because that's exactly what I was looking for. Decommission GNU packages. Like, it's just not relevant. Yeah, and see, that's the whole thing about, like, they're wasting time, because whether you call an ad blocker surveillance protection or an ad blocker, guess what? It's still blocking ads, and it's still the same fucking thing. If somebody comes out with an ad blocker that blocks ads, but it's still, like, lets trackers and stuff run in the background, guess what? People just aren't going to use it because it's a shit ad blocker. Nobody needs to worry about what are you calling it. But it's surveillance protection. It's not an ad block. Like, stop wasting your fucking time. Like, do something relevant. Like, I don't know. Work with Debian. Work with Debian to get Debian on your list of SFS approved distros. Because at the very least, even though Debian's site can't distribute ISOs for dog shit, maybe, just maybe, the FSF would be completely fine with it, because they don't want you using non-free shit anyway. Like, and that would be the one usable distro that would be on this effing website. Like, that would be nice. Like, come to think of it, why give money to them to support FOSS when you can actually give money to the developers of FOSS? That's what I'm saying. Give your money to somebody who actually is doing something to make Linux better, more usable for you, or even just more usable for more people. These people are doing nothing. FSF articles are comedy gold, true. Not relevant is like saying unelectable. It's just something for people who don't like that person / organization in the first place to brush what they say under the rug. No, no, no. See, here's the thing. I don't have like some deep hatred for the FSF. They just don't do anything to make free software better. They don't do anything to get people interested in free software. They just don't. Like, let's be honest. When you meet, like, if I was to meet someone from the FSF, most likely I'm not going to like them. Why? Because they're a zealot. Because they're absolutely bonkers. Because, again, let's be honest. What are you doing? As the FSF, what you should be doing is pushing for free software adoption. Yes? Yes. What gets more people using free software? Being an absolute zealot where you say, if you use anything that is not free software, well, then you might as well not be using free software in the first place. No, that doesn't get people interested in free software. It does nothing. Like, yeah, you want to eventually get to the point where you're using a distro that's non-free. Like, I mean, if you're really into free software, that's where you should want to get to. But I wouldn't even be using Linux now if the FSF was the only people talking about free software and everything. My interest would have never been piqued, and quite frankly, most people's aren't. That's what I'm saying. They're not relevant because they're not doing anything for free software adoption. They might be writing a whole bunch of insane articles about how free software is better and stuff like that, which I agree, it is better. But again, you're not doing anything to make people want to try free software. FSF isn't a marketing company. It's about protecting the freedoms that make free software free in the first place. What you were talking about is Linux marketability. FSF stands on principles. Cool. Okay. All right. That's one hill you can die on, but I don't see it being a worthwhile hill because, again, I think it's much more valuable to try and get people to use free software when and where they can. If you have a Wi-Fi card and you don't have the money to go buy a new Wi-Fi card, I think it's still that much more valuable for that person to try mostly free software, almost all free software. Like, if you look on my system here, I'm using almost all software, but this is Fedora. I guarantee you it is using non-free shit somewhere. It has to be. My Wi-Fi works. So I love free software, but I also like my Wi-Fi card to work. And again, you can die on that hill of principles, but that principle rule doesn't get free software adoption. And here's the thing, you're talking about standing on principles. I'm not talking about Linux marketability. I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about free software adoption. And that's what the Free Software Foundation should be for, not for hardcore free principles where if you're doing anything else, don't even, like, literally this is how the free software operates, or foundation operates. If you're using anything non-free at all, like, I don't know, a proprietary Wi-Fi blob just to get Wi-Fi working, well, then you might as well not even touch free software because you're not worth it. You're not deep enough into free software. You're not elitist enough to be using free software. And that's the real problem with the FSF and why I think they're an absolute joke. The FSF is a charity with a worldwide mission to advance software freedom. There you go. There you go. No, wait, one of my friends starts using Linux because of all the Stallman and FSF memes I send to him every day. So they do donate. They seem really like a really unnecessary middleman. Yeah. Again, just donate to the projects that you like. That keeps that FOSS software being developed, and I don't know. Again, furthers FOSS software development. and FOSS adoption, because let's be honest, GNU can be as amazing as GNU is, but GNU ain't shit without the Linux kernel. That just, like, I mean, come on, like, you just, no. And that's not true. They are working on their freedom ladder, showing people how to gradually take one step at a time into free software. No, they're not. I heavily disagree with you there. I heavily disagree with that statement, because they are not doing that. Because if I go to their approved distros page here, where's the lag? Where's the lag? Where's the ladder? Where am I getting into Linux here? I mean, literally none of these distros would even work on my hardware. None of them. So there's not a rung ladder that they're like, no. And also, here's the thing, I've never even heard of that. I'd probably have to search and do research on that specific thing on the FSF. So again, they are not relevant. They're not doing anything to further free software adoption in general. They're actually doing quite the opposite, because many people, and I do mean this, many people are actually nervous to even try Linux because they think every Linux user is like this. Just saying. Yeah. Yeah, you view them as zealots, but they are happy if someone who wasn't using Linux at all is now using Ubuntu. Show it, man. Like, show it. If that's the truth, if that's really what the FSF is all about, why the F isn't Debian on here? Because Debian would be usable. Again, they default to a non-free version. So, like, I mean, that should be all good from the FSF. And you have to do literal diving on their site here. Like, okay, I go here. Again, I know what I'm doing. So I go here, and then I go here, and then I scroll all the way down, and then I go here. And now I have an ISO that actually has non-free shit on it. If I didn't know what I was doing, it probably could have taken me upwards of 10 minutes to find that download link. So, add Debian. Why isn't Debian on here? Makes no sense. Incorrect. They set up criterias, but you misrepresent their stance. I don't think so. I think I'm representing their stance pretty accurately. They're heavily for free software. If you're using anything other than free software, well, then you're not doing it properly. And that Richard Stallman himself has said that multiple times. Richard Stallman actually complains about Ubuntu nonstop. I complain about Ubuntu, but here's the thing. If you're actually using Ubuntu, good for you, man. It's not Windows. Good for you. Good for you. You're great. Welcome to the community, man. Awesome. The FSF does not operate that way. Actually, reading it, again, maybe you read it differently than me, but actually it comes off really abrasive. Their website is very abrasive. Again, my opinion. Stating that. Again, all of this has been my opinion too, so it's not like either one of us are wrong. We're just debating our opinions. Actually, Terminal for Life, I agree with that. That's based on criteria, dude. Those are distros that are completely free. Look up the climb to free. See, but here's the thing, and you actually just did what we were talking about earlier, which everyone does with the FSF, is you will just Google this specific thing that you should have already known to be wrong. So if I search the FSF freedom, see, I mean, it's not even a pop-up here, freedom ladder. The journey begins with a single step. Like, okay. And I'm not going to read this right now because this is an absolute actual article. I'm sorry, I'm trying to skim through this. Each step someone takes to freedom is an important one. Why can't that be? on anywhere else on the page that makes sense. Like, okay, so let's say I'm a new Linux user, I'm interested in free software. Where do I go to learn about free software on their page? About, campaigns, licensing, membership, resources. Okay, resources. All right, we pop in here. I want to learn about free software. Like, just give me an article talking about all that's great about free software and why I should use it. Free software you need, promote the free software you like, and explain to everyone why it's essential to use and support free software. Great. Free software directory, I don't want that. Free software distributions, we've been there. Hardware that supports free software. Service directory, free software wheels, this audio badges, share. Are you getting my point here? Like, what do you do? Here we go. I missed something. Richard Stallman's TEDx talk, Introduction to Free Software and the Liberation of Cyberspace. There we go. Found it. Not very relevant. And I know those distributions are completely free and that's why they're there, but again, most people don't know that the FSF approved distros are going to be like hardcore free. Like they just assume these are distros that are approved because, well, they're just free software. And again, to a new person, that doesn't mean that, you know, hardware is not going to work. Just doesn't. And also a new user is not going to dive into reading about which hardware does work and doesn't work. They're just going to find out from experience. And again, most people who are super into free software will actually sort of probably be put off by the fact they can't even use free software on most hardware. Because again, you got a laptop with a Wi-Fi card, you got a desktop with a Wi-Fi card, you use that, you're screwed. You're screwed. You use an NVIDIA card, you got problems. Like there's a lot of issues with the FSF, a lot. Yeah, I don't get why Debian of all distributions isn't on there. Same. Oh, I'm not surprised that there's the worst distro is easier to download than Debian. I'm not surprised. Debian includes non-free firmware blobs in their kernel. That's why distros on that list either pass the criteria of being entirely free software or not. Debian doesn't. I know. I know why Debian's not on there. I'm saying that's a stupid criteria. That's a stupid criteria. Because at the very least, somebody can install Debian non-free and then realize, hey, well, I would like my Wi-Fi to work. Or I need my Wi-Fi to work. At least have the option of plugging in an Ethernet drive and just doing a little bit of installing for it. And here's the thing too, on stuff like Parabola and stuff like that, you can still get non-free shit. It's just more work. Who cares? It's free software, freedom. I have the freedom to restrict myself, okay? I should. You can say it should be difficult, which is fine, but I think Debian's version of difficult is acceptable. Parabolas and stuff is not. Different, it's just a difference of opinion. FSF explains why Debian isn't on their list. It is somewhere in the maze of the website. Basically, Debian makes non-free software too easy to access, in the opinion of the FSF. And that's my point there. That's my point. The FSF does not do stuff to further Linux adoption. They just don't. It's basic point. For over 20 years, the FSF licensing and compliance team has been the preeminent resource of free licensing for free software developers. I think that's a good thing. Yeah, again, I'm not saying the FSF is a terrible thing and it should not exist. I'm just saying it needs work to be as good as it should be. The FSF should be better. It should be. DistroTube should not be a bigger reason why people are using Linux than the FSF. Like, and I'm not saying anything bad about DistroTube. I love DistroTube, but he's done more for Linux adoption than the FSF could have dreamed to do in the past 5 years. Now, over the long term, yeah, the FSF has done more. But in the short term, DistroTube has crushed it with getting new people to use Linux. DistroTube is the reason why I use Linux. Come on. You should read it because it will clear your misconceptions of the FSF. I highly doubt it, because I don't think anything about what I'm talking about is a misconception. I know what the FSF is for. I know what they stand for. I get it. I really do. But here's the thing. They're not relevant. They're not doing anything for adoption. They're just speaking about free software, which, here's the thing. DistroTube does the same thing. But the difference is DistroTube is open and, quite frankly, honest about the fact that if you're going to use a Wi-Fi, proprietary blob to get Wi-Fi working, it's fine. You're still using free software. You're still using it. You're still doing great. The FSF, you just showed me an article I've never seen before that apparently says the FSF is totally okay with, you using Ubuntu, because it's a good thing that you're now using free software. If you go everywhere else on the website, that's not the case. That's not the case. They make it seem very, very bad to be using anything that's not free software in the slightest context. So, better provide first steps for new users. Taking the first step towards software freedom is something they're working on right now. Well, let me be honest. Just stop working on it, because that's not who the FSF is. They're just not. They're not going to be helping new users, because they would need a total shift in direction to be, like, again, DistroTube. Like, if the FSF really wants to see major, free software adoption, people using more and more free software, and people complaining about anything being proprietary at all, DistroTube's doing a way better job of it. Just saying. Look on membership and scroll down. It's ridiculous. Okay. I assume you're talking about this. As a software developer, free software lets you build and improve on the work of others as part of a social community built on the principles of sharing. All right. As an artist, you can do things with free software that proprietary software doesn't allow. All free software allows you to use it for any purpose. Okay. As a user, free software removes you from the power struggle of proprietary software. Okay, where you are able to help yourself and are not dependent on a single developer or community to help you. I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. I don't know what they mean by power struggle of proprietary software. I assume like you trying to get a one-up on the software that you're using so that you can get something done. I don't know. As a student, you can study and modify the software you use. That is fantastic. Learning from and enhancing the tools that you use for education. Solid point. The FSF is a charity with a worldwide mission to advance software freedom. If that's your mission statement, you're not doing it. You're just not. I don't mind their extremism, even if I don't agree with them. It's good that they rub people the wrong way. I align myself on the BSD side of things, but I'm glad the FSF is out there. Again, I'm glad they exist. I just don't think it's worth putting your money behind them. Besides, as far as I know, the FSF has got plenty of companies behind them, paying them. I would love to figure that out. Can we see, if we go to their donate page, whoa, my trigger, no way. This is the first free software thing that I've seen where their donations start at $25. again, I mean, you can always put in another amount. This is not really a complaint, but just, bruh, giving $2,500 to thank GNU? Bro, $2,500? $2,500? Dude, I could go buy, like, not a nice car, but I could go buy a used car for that. What? Like, I like free software, but I'm not buying a new car for somebody at the FSF because I like it that much. Just, I mean, do we need buttons like this? I mean, if somebody's going to pay you that much, I have a feeling they don't have a problem typing out $2,500, dollars. I don't. Wow, that is. Well, I would love to know somebody who's given $2,500 to the FSF. I'd love, like, I mean, if you've given that much money to the FSF in one donation, let me know, because I would definitely be interested in that. Are you sure Debian wants to be on that list? They explain in the handbook why they aren't, but nothing that shows they want to be on the list. Again, what I've said is the reason I think that like Debian, like low key wants to be on that list is just because of how they set up the website. It's going to default you to the net install with no non-free shit, and then finding the non-free is like a handful to like go through all of those archives and shit. So to me, it just sort of like, again, I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying, in my opinion, it feels like they want to be on that list. Like they put in a little effort to try and get on the list, but didn't go full crazy. Get what I'm saying? I don't get why so many Linux users get hot and bothered by the FSF. They're allowed to do their own thing their own way, even if it sucks. So, yeah. I mean, they are. It's just, I get hot and bothered when people are like, look, the FSF is doing great things for free software. They're not. They're just not. They're not. Well, hold on. They're not now. They're not now pushing new software. Again, if most people now find out about Linux and free software and the values of free software from other places than the Free Software Foundation. Just saying. I'm all for people doing their own thing, even if I don't agree with it. Freedom to choose. Hell yes. Also means the freedom to choose that which we disagree. For sure. Everyone else compromises, and look where it's gotten us. DRM in the kernel. DRM in free and open source web browsers. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're not wrong. We're not wrong. But here's the thing. It makes free software usable. So, like, even though Firefox is a free and open source browser, one of the reasons I pick it is because I can still watch Netflix in it. IceCat, Netflix is gone, and I'm sorry, I like Netflix. I just do. There's a valid reason for Netflix having DRM. There just is. It's a business. It makes sense. They need to protect the licenses, because if they don't, they get hit in the ass and then Netflix disappears. So there's a valid reason for DRM being in Firefox. Valid reason. Now, if you don't want DRM, you don't like Netflix, use IceCat and love it. I don't have any that doesn't affect me one bit, man. Love it to death. For me personally, I can't use IceCat. Just can't. Well, particularly, maybe there's a way that you can get Netflix to work in IceCat. I don't know. But I would assume out of the gate, it's just a no-go. Yeah. There's a lot of Linux YouTubers who've done their part. Joe Collins is someone else who's done a lot to adopt Linux users. True. It's literally on the right side of the website that you have up right now. Take action. The journey starts with a single step. That sounds pretty Friends to me. I assume you're talking about the last page I was on. Take action. You're right. But again, okay, so this take action here, I click on this, it's going to take me here. I'm going to read this entire thing here, and then what? Like, yes, this is friendly, but the rest of the site's not. The rest of the site is sort of like, well, you know, if you're using anything that's non-free software, you're living life wrong. You're not truly furthering FOSS software. You're actually undermining. Like that's the thing that the FSF does. That's the thing that they do. They tell you if you're using something that's non-free, you're actually hurting free software, which is stupid. It just is. It just is. You're not hurting free software by using something non-free in your free distribution. Just not. Okay? There's a valid reason to want Wi-Fi to work. There's a valid reason to want your NVIDIA card to work. There's a valid reason to want to watch Netflix in your browser. There is. DRM and all these bad non-free proprietary things, there's a reason they exist. Now, you should have a fervent right to choose against it. I agree in that. I don't agree in you're hurting FOSS by using something non-free. There are a lot of, it's literally, rereading chat now. I don't want further adoption if it means more proprietary software in Linux, but it seems new Linux users like technology more than they like free software. Well, here's the thing. Well, here's the real debate. More proprietary software in Linux, does it hurt you at all? I would have to say objectively, it can't hurt you. There's just more software for you to not use, which for a long time, the problem with Linux and FOSS operating systems was the software that people wanted was not there. Now you can choose to break away from a proprietary, spying, horrible operating system and get to something that's free and still have the choice to use those proprietary things that you probably shouldn't be using. Like, let's be honest, I use Discord. I probably shouldn't use Discord, but I want to use Discord. I am very happy that there are Linux distributions that let me use Discord because it's my choice. It's my freedom to be restricted in Discord. It's my freedom to choose to use a program that essentially I don't really have any privacy on. And I know that when I'm using Discord. It's freedom. Pure freedom lets you be restricted. Pure freedom lets you go to jail willingly. I mean, am I right? You just don't understand the FSF. Maybe I don't. And I don't think that's a bad thing. If I just don't understand the FSF, I probably don't need to. You're just looking for things to hate at this point. No. I think I've said everything. I don't need to look for anything else to hate because, again, I don't hate anything about the FSF. I just don't like them. Like, yeah, I won't give them money, but I mean, if you like them, go for it. I don't care. Again, I'm sharing my opinions here. Just saying. You can see their initiatives on their site, and what they do is also community driven. You can check out the community tab. True. Yep. No, they still want to be usable. Do you know that Edge is free software? That's a stretch. That's a stretch. Love them or hate them, I highly recommend reading Stallman's books. They're quite interesting. I've actually read one of them. I can't remember what the title of it is. It was probably like 7 years ago that I read it, so I don't even know. He's probably got new ones now that are better, but I have no idea. I mean, I like the dude. I have a lot of respect for him. And also, like, I mean, without him, FOSS would be nowhere. So, yeah. So you have it. There's a valid reason for Netflix to have DRM. That's the crux of it right there. I hugely disagree, and that's why I support the FSF. you will end up in a world where no one can listen to music, watch videos without DRM with your attitude. Okay, all right, okay. Actually, how about this? With the way that your attitude is, you won't have movies or music to watch or listen to because it's not monetarily valuable to make them anymore, because there's no chance that you can't protect your product. Again, I don't like DRM. In a lot of cases, it's completely unnecessary. And also, you don't always need it. But there's valid reasons for it. There are. Especially if you like getting the content that has DRM in it. No, they still want to. Oh, wait, hold on. Again, I keep reading back to the chat. If anyone wants to run a current version of IceCat, it's in the Sparking Linux repos. Join the community brainstorm about the new FSF ladder campaign. They're working it up. They're working on it, dude. Oh, well, good. That's something that's definitely, that's a good thing. They need to work on it for sure. That's really good. I usually avoid this stuff because I frankly don't know enough about it. Some of this stuff is the first I've heard about it. I love free software, but booting is more important for me. Truth. I think we should support and encourage FOSS, not enforce it at every turn. True. Proprietary software can do malicious and otherwise undesired things behind your back. In that sense, I'd say it can hurt you. It definitely can. It 100% can. And that's why proprietary software in general is not advisable. But if you like a piece of proprietary software and you trust it for some reason, you should have the option to use it. It's one of the things that makes Linux so great. Yep. Discord users kill FSF, so you essentially kill Stallman. Don't know about that. I don't know how Discord kills the FSF. That's not true because you don't need DRM to make them. Bandcamp is a DRM-free site for music, and there's tons of music on it. Yes. Yeah, you're right. But also, Bandcamp is not successful. So there's that. But balance, truth. DRM is a way for a middleman, record label, movie executives to extract money from other people's creative output. Well, but see, without the executives and the investors, that movie would not get made. Like, without investors, the Marvel Cinematic Universe doesn't exist. And here's the thing, if movies go back, like, all right, under a total free software mindset of making movies, all of your movies are going to be like a $3,000 budget home film. Because here's the thing, who's going to invest $50,000, $60,000 in making a movie? And again, that's super low budget too. Let's say you take $50,000 to $60,000, you put it towards a movie, but you don't have any way of guaranteeing that you're ever going to see that money again. At that point, you're not an investor, you're a donator. It's totally different, and it's just not how our world works. It's not realistic. It's just not. Truth. It is a way for you to protect and support the artist. Because how do you protect the people in that movie to guarantee them a paycheck? Stuff like that. Free software is heavily tied into free culture as a movement too. Yes. We seriously need to do a podcast someday. I'm down. All we need to do is work out what time during the week we're going to do it. Because on 2 p.m. on Tuesdays, I record a podcast with Jeff from Low Spec Linux Laptop. And of course, on Thursdays, I record the podcast again at 2 o'clock with Matt from the Linux Cast. All of your movies are superhero movies, and all of your music is pop. My music library would heavily disagree with you. But yes, I did just use the Marvel Cinematic Universe as the example. Let's go something different then. I could just load up one of my absolute favorite horror movies here, Hereditary. We could just load this up and let's just see if the budget here is realistic for a, hold on, I don't even know how to use IMDb if we're being honest. We'll just type in budget after it. Hereditary budget. Hereditary grossed $44.1 million in the United States. Epic. Epic. The production budget was $10 million. And this was not an action movie with like, you know, cars blowing up into the sides of things, Spider-Man swinging down. Like, no, it's a horror movie. $10 million. Are you telling me that any investor out there would invest in a movie like this without the guarantee of, I don't know, selling copies? Because again, without DRM, copyright, stuff like that, you don't get products like that. You don't get stellar products. You just don't. You don't. I mean, you might get great budget films, but you're not going to get a blockbuster. That's impossible. Can't be done. Or at least, I mean, it could be done, but you'd have to have some extremely nice backers who don't care about never seeing their money again. And let's be honest, people work for their money. People don't like giving up money easily. Easily. It's had all of the soul optimized out of it. That's good. That's good. I like it. Today, even a music video that's not a very high artistic value. Let's say one of those $50 rapper ones. I like it. Like it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to make. That is true. That is true. TFL should be on our podcast. That would be a jam. Ooh, I like that. I like that. I would be very much down for that. I have a new stream idea. Talking with people in your Discord. Hey, that's a possibility. If you guys want to do that, I can hop in Discord and we can chat there. We can hop onto that evil proprietary program, Discord, and we can use it. But three's a crowd. Hey, we can have a crowd come into the podcast. Why not? Why not? Or, I mean, hey, at the very least, tomorrow I'm recording my podcast with Jeff. If you want to be on that one, we can definitely work that out. Because again, my podcast with Jeff is just us talking about, you know, what's been going on in Linux the past week, what we're interested in. It's really just a conversation that's posted in podcast format. With 3,000 USD budget, you can make something like Peter goes to the grocery store and hope that nothing happens on the way there. But who would watch that? Yeah, actually, there is a budget. There is a movie. It's a college film. I can't remember what it's called. I just searched college film. Let's just do 3,000 budget. Will it pop up? No. Okay. No, I can't find it. Okay. There's a movie that was made on like a budget of like $3,500. It's a college film. It's like a zombie movie. It's really, I mean, I'm surprised they pulled off a movie on that type of budget. But that being said, it's cringy as shit. Because, I mean, well, it's college kids acting. And, well, like, let's be honest. If I would technically be in, like, I guess if I was in college, I don't know, I assume I'd now be a senior or like graduating here soon. And like even me acting would be abysmal, be awful. Even with like 2 years of training, me acting awful. I said someday, not tomorrow. I have a few things to sort out first. I haven't gotten around to it. Oh, what do you got to sort out? What do you got to sort out? I'm interested to hear about this. I mean, if it's not like life stuff, you know. I would love to be on the podcast with Jeff. Okay, yeah. I mean, F Society. I know who you are. I know. I remember. So yeah. If you want to pop in with it and chat with us, yes. The only thing I will say is I very much prefer you to have a webcam. If you have a webcam, I don't even care if it's shit. I just prefer you to have a webcam. It's not absolutely necessary, but I prefer you to have a webcam. Just because that way it's like me and Jeff talking, it's very much a conversation. But again, not necessary by any means. But college film usually means that actors are paid by grades. University provides all the gear. Yes, that's, again, the reason why they could afford to do it on that type of budget. Like, let's be honest. Now, we've just now hit the point where, luckily, your phone camera is like a film production camera. And that's only if you're running an Apple phone. But yeah, they definitely covered the gear because the cameras they were using in the film were really nice, really nice. There have been some really great low budget films, but films are special. Music, art, indie games have a much lower barrier to entry than movies. You're 100% right there. Totally agree with you. Actually, to be honest, let's be honest. Indie games now have gotten to the point where they're just a lot of times better than even huge productions. To say great music wouldn't exist without DRM just isn't true. Great music has been around for all of history, and DRM is just a modern invention. You're right. I didn't mean to say that great music wouldn't exist without DRM. I guess what I should have said is you won't have as much great music without things. I really wouldn't say DRM. Mainly here would be like copyright. Like, without copyright and stuff like copyright to protect the artist, let's be honest, a lot of the big successful artists, the reason they are so big and successful isn't because they make great music. It's because there are investors who back them and know that they can invest in that artist and get a return because people will purchase the song. And in a world where it's just as easy to pay for something as it is to download it, you're not going to make as much money, and by a large margin. And look, let's be honest, we're in the FOSS community. We know it. GIMP doesn't bring in nearly as much money as Photoshop does. Just it's a fact of life. Now, that doesn't mean GIMP is like a miracle and it couldn't exist, because without some type of copyright or DRM or something like that. Yeah, it's not like that. But you're just not going to make as much money, so there's not going to be as much chance for you to come up. Like, even a great artist, if there's no thing like DRM, copyright, or anything, there's a much smaller chance that you're going to get popular and turn your art into a career. And let's be honest, it doesn't matter how much you don't like it, that's the ultimate goal. It is very satisfying to turn what you love and what is a passion for you into something that you can turn into a job. You can support your family doing what you genuinely love. That is the dream. And just for that to be a possibility for more people, stuff like copyright and DRM are necessary. Just is. Again, it would sound like it wouldn't exist, but copyright and stuff like that is what makes it very accessible to turn your passion into a career. That's the thing. There's no way I'm hopping on a webcam. Come on now. Come on. Like, here's the thing I have to say. There's no way you're hopping on a webcam. Why? Get yourself, like, if you don't have a webcam now, get yourself a webcam and then just start talking about what you're doing at your computer. It's one of those things where I don't know. There's two things here that I assume would be holding you back. One is you're just not used to talking like through a webcam and like in person to other people. If that's the thing, you're just uncomfortable there, dude, let's talk and bullshit around for like 6 hours before we ever even dream about getting on a podcast. And 2 would be worrying about how you look. And if that's your problem, brother, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. No, nobody is going to care that you're not drop dead gorgeous. Common misconception on YouTube is that you got to look perfect to even be, to not have people be rude to you. I do not like, bro, this hair is like ridiculous. Like I just been buzzing my head, and my hair's ridiculous. Okay, I did remember to brush my teeth this morning. That's good. That's good. Like, see, again, this is the level of which I prepare for a live stream and stuff. I wasn't even sure if I brushed my teeth before I started this. It's probably important. So like Tux Cart over Cyberpunk 2077. Like, yeah, like in a world without copyright and stuff like that, Super Tux and things like it would be the only things that, like, you couldn't make a Cyberpunk 2077. It just there wouldn't even be a chance of it being economical. It's not like having a problem with Showboat on, hold on. If I can read, it's not like I have a problem with Showboat my face, but I just want to wait until I'm 16. What do you mean? Oh, sorry, I don't want to show my face at this age, 14 on the internet. I mean, yeah, I mean, wait till you're 16. That's fine. That's fine. Again, I didn't say it was necessary to have a webcam. I prefer it. And that goes for you too, Tom, for life. You don't have to have a webcam. I don't know, Matt might say you have to. I have no idea, but for me, nah, we can do a podcast without your webcam. That's fine. I could care too less. I'll just have the Discord thing or whatever we use, Jamie or something. I have no idea. But then good artists copy, great artists steal. This is not possible with DRM. So essentially DRM kills good and great artists. Yeah, you're not completely wrong there. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm used to talking, although I'm uncomfortable with webcams. I'm okay enough with how I look. I just prefer anonymity. I mean, that is a fair point. That is a fair point. But let me go ahead and put it to you like this. When you go outside, have you ever walked behind or seen people taking photos with their phone? Because guess what? This little bad boy here, most of these are connected to Google. So when someone takes a photo of you, almost all the time, unless they've, they're like us, where they don't use Google and stuff like that, that picture is stored on their phone, but also most likely backed up to Google Photos. And by most likely, I mean it's the default on almost every Android phone, so that's how it's going to work. So if you've ever been out in public and people have been taking a photo, or you've ever just been in the background of a photo, literally Google uses those photos for AI training. So your face has already been mapped for Face ID. So that's a thing. But you do have a fair point. Anyway, you are not right. For a successful Linux channel, you need to be 6 foot and have a 6-pack. Otherwise, forget about it. Well, you are forgetting some things. For one, you need to lose the hair, go straight bald, or be like DT, where you just shave your head and you fervently tell people you're not bald, but you've got a bald head, so you might as well be bald. Whatever. I'm probably going to get a heated DistroTube comment for that. But anyway. If you're gonna truly be a Linux channel, truly make it and be successful, bald, beard, and it has to be a neck beard. If it's a proper, clean looking, manly beard, there's a huge problem there. Huge problem. Also, you need to walk through the woods occasionally, just talking maybe about Linux stuff, maybe not. That's essential. You need to have a forest video. Anyway, I got to run. I enjoyed the discussion despite disagreeing with you. Thank you, man. And very much too, I very much enjoyed the discussion with you. Again, we disagree, but it's very, very good that we live in a world that is slowly starting to get back to the point where we can disagree and get along and be nice to each other. I hope you have a fantastic day, man. And thank you for stopping by and disagreeing with me and giving me something to talk about. It's absolutely fantastic. I'll see you, man. Have a good one. I get your point. Oh wait, you're talking to Terminal for Life. Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the point. I mean, I'm showing my face online, and I heavily doubt I'll ever get to a point where people are like, "Hey, man, can I get your photo?" Or, "Hey, are you that dude on YouTube?" Like, if that starts happening, I will be a little. That will freak me out. Like the first time I go into a grocery store and someone's like, "Yo, are you Zaney?" Like that will freak me right on out. I mean, it'll be nice, but it'll also freak me out because it's like, even if I got to the point where my channel has like 3 million subscribers, I still wouldn't actually believe that anyone in the real world would watch my stuff and like we'd cross paths. I don't know. I don't mean that sort of anonymity. I just don't want to be recognized or anything. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, I got you. I'm bald, have a beard, I'm 6 foot tall, somewhat athletic. What? And you don't have a webcam? Dude, you're talking about your channel stagnating. Like, just start using a webcam, man. Start growing immediately. Ethan Duckworth, how you doing, man? I'm pretty sure I know exactly who you are. Pretty sure. How you doing, man? It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Right now, I actually don't know exactly what we're doing. Hold on, I did not realize that I've had my screen on the entire time, not just my main webcam. But right now, we're talking about, we've been talking about Linux and stuff. Oh yeah, I remember you, man. I remember you. How you doing? I'm not gonna say your real name, who I'm 99.9% sure you are, just because internet, stuff. That's probably good. Wait, do I have more V8 energy drink? Oh, I got a sip of this left. But yeah, just use a webcam, man. Like your subscriber count will boom. I would actually, no lie, the first video that you do with your webcam, I will share it on my and HexDSL's Discord server, just for you, man. Because I know people on HexDSL. I know for a fact that you have been talked about on their Discord, and I don't know it because I've seen it, but I had someone tell me that they did talk about you in the Discord. Yeah, it probably would help the subscriber count. Yeah. I mean, people for some reason really like Linux YouTubers to be bald, have a beard, perfectly 6 foot tall, and have a semi-athletic build. Just works. Now, I'm either exactly 6 foot, or technically speaking, I've been called 6'1", but I'm 99% sure that I'm 6 foot. Pretty freaking sure. I'm not bald yet. I do have a neck beard, or at least it's coming in, It's not quite there yet. It's not a perfect neck beard. It's not quite as down as far as it should be, but it's getting there. And, I mean, I'm not athletic one bit, but I do have a semi-athletic build. Got a gut, but that's about it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put the desk down because I've been standing for a bit. And Buddy's out there whining, so he's gonna have to be walked here in some amount of time. But I know why he's whining. It's because I put him in there. He's only got one toy, so he's played with it. Now he's bored. Now he's like, I need more to play with. I have more to do. I am semi-athletic as well, in between these two athletes. My beard's a goatee. Even better. Even better. Luke Smith would approve. More discreet than some others. Sumo fighter, other super sumo fighter. Well, I mean, here's the one thing that I will say. When it comes to your build and stuff like that, people genuinely care about their weight way too much. Like, way too much. And also, here's the one thing. If you are, I'm just going to go ahead and say this, because if you are someone who's overweight, like quite a bit overweight, let me just go ahead and tell you this. The shitty part about being overweight is normally because you go out in public and you immediately, because you know you're bigger than most people, you assume that people are looking at you and judging you or something. Let me just go ahead and tell you, if you're that person, you struggle with how you view yourself, or thinking that other people are always looking at you because you're different or overweight or something like that. Let me just go ahead and tell you this, and hopefully this helps. No one cares and no one's looking at you, okay? Because every single person around you has the skinny person that walks by who's like perfect 120-pound woman who, like, just absolutely drop dead gorgeous. She has one stretch mark on her stomach that bothers the hell out of her, and if she takes her clothes off, she feels bothered by it. Or she has a zit on the back of her neck that just came in a couple days ago, and that's what she's worried that everyone is paying attention to. Like, just stop. No one is paying attention to you. No one really cares or anything. If you are morbidly 800 pounds overweight, the only reason someone might be staring or looking or judging you is because you're walking onto an airplane, and the person who's judging or worried or looking at you is just nervous that they're not going to have enough room to sit down. Okay? They don't care that you're actually overweight. They just don't. They just don't. That's another reason I don't show my face. I look a bit like Luke. That's not a reason to not show your face, because that right there, if you can be mistaken for Luke Smith, that's a good problem to have. Not necessarily that you might want to be seen the exact same way that Luke Smith is, but people will subscribe because they're like, oh, Luke Smith made a new channel. Cool. They'll have at least a chance to know that you're not Luke Smith eventually. I'd hate the constant stream of you look like Luke. Well, I mean, to be honest, I get constant streams of messages that are normally what I get is people, they're not really pointing out anything about me, but I get this a lot where I have people come in and they're just like, I'm sharing an opinion they don't agree with, and they're very rude. And here is one thing that I will say, especially when it comes to people being rude on YouTube or whatever. Normally, when you point it out or say something or ask them, like, hey man, that actually, like, that sort of hurt, like, can you not? Most people are really sorry. Like, most people do not want, like, most people are young on platforms like YouTube and stuff, which is fine. But when you're young, you don't always know how a benign statement can come across. And what I found, luckily, at least here on my channel, a lot of the people that are initially rude don't mean to be, and are genuinely sorry for being rude or being hurtful or anything. I know that nobody cares. I can see that on my subscriber number. Actually, you just said that. I watched your video. Hold on. We're gonna go to his channel here. We're gonna highlight this here in the stream. Boys, if y'all have not gone over and subscribed to my boy Linux Noob, we're gonna do that right now. Okay. D3P Linux Noob. Just go ahead and Google that, because I don't think I actually subscribed to you on this. I know it's going to pop off at some random point in the video, of course, because that's what YouTube does. Oh no, it just restarted from the beginning. I guess that's what happens when you watch the end. See here? I knew I forgot to do this. Just hit that little subscribe thing there, and then I'm going to turn on the all bell. Perfect. I didn't even comment on that. I probably should have. But me and probably should have. It's a common statement. Pop back over here. Here we go. Go give him a little subscribe poop, all right? Just Google D3P Linux Noob on Google. Click on his video and subscribe to my dude's channel. I'm overweight, but not insanely. I'm working on it though. Muscles help hold it. Well, see, here's my thing. I was not super overweight, but I've been pretty overweight for a long time. And I'm just now getting to the point where my weight is where it should be. Took a long time. It didn't stop me from putting myself on camera though. Oh yeah, dude, getting back into fitness after not doing anything in fitness is really hard. It's really hard. Now, every time I watch a video from you, I have to think about Luke Smith's face. Yeah, just while he's talking, just imagine Luke Smith saying it. Good point. TBF, you come across quite brash sometimes to me. I like the honesty, but sometimes I do wince a bit. Oh, I know. Don't for a second think I don't know that. I know. Especially if you were to pop in a live stream while I'm ranting about something, yeah, it's not abrasive. Yeah. Yes. Keep at it, man. Keep at it. Keep making those videos. And do it in both languages. Some videos in English, others in Slavic. I think that's what you said your native language was. But yeah, I mean, do both. Why not? I am underweight, but no one really cares. Well, if you're underweight, yeah, no one's really gonna be like caring about underweight as long as you're not hurting yourself. Like, it's weird because people are, again, it's balance. There's no, like, between overweight, underweight, the in between there is so finite that, like, technically speaking, right now I'm overweight, but I'm very much close to where I've always wanted to be weight-wise. I don't consider myself overweight. I consider myself exactly where I want to be. The only reason underweight would be a problem is if you're just like literally like you're nutrient deprived, like you're not eating nearly enough. If that's the case, if that's how you're underweight, personally, take care of yourself, man. Take care of yourself. I'd like to see you around for a long time. Okay? Now, if you're just underweight because, you don't pig out, good. Stay that way, Just take care of yourself. Or bing it. God dang it, you saying that term. Jesus, bing it. Works too. Yeah, okay. Actually, let's test that out. You said that as a joke. Let's see if it actually finds you. Let's go to Bing. I mean, you said it won't find you, but I don't know if that was joking. So we go to, God, like I have like goosebumps right now going to Bing. God. Ugh. Yep. E3P Linux new. Let's see. Well, I mean, it did technically find you. It wasn't the first result like on Google, but it did find you. I am absolutely shocked by that. Hold on. I go to DuckDuckGo and search D3P Linux new. Let's see. Oh, not D3 dash, D3P. Bro, no. No, no. DuckDuckGo is worse than Bing. No, I have to literally go over here to videos, and I bet it'll be here. Yeah, there we go. At least Bing shows it. That hurts. That hurts. That's awful. Why is Bing slightly better than DuckDuckGo? Grody. Again, I need to go blow my nose here in a second. I'm not going to do it right now because luckily my nose hasn't started full on running. It just keeps feeling like it. COVID really screwed me up. I gained a ton of weight. I went from going out, jogging, and lifting weights to absolutely nothing. Doing better now though. Losing body fat and gaining muscle. That's good. That's good. Yeah, COVID did that to everybody. I gained weight during COVID. The thing is, I get the impression that you mean well. Well, I always do. I always do. Not the time. I genuinely don't get any enjoyment and don't feel good upsetting people. I really don't. I agree with Zaney, as long as it's not unhealthy. Yeah. No, I'm only a little bit underweight. I'm a little bit under the weight that I want to be, but I'm fine with. But it's fine with me. Good, yeah. I mean, don't ever be don't ever be like, well, if I gain more weight or I lose more weight, like don't lose or gain weight based off of, how it'll make you look, because that's where you get the real problem. Like there are so many people out there that have like me, like a little bit of a gut, and like can't be happy with themselves because like, oh, I would look so much better without the gut. Like, again, to a person who actually cares, the gut means nothing. Like the details that bother you, most people wouldn't even know they exist because they don't even see them the way that you do. So, I was not joking. I've tried it before. I've tried it before posting a comment. Yeah, well, I mean, it did find you. Not the same way. Not the same way. It recommended something else, but oh dang, I forgot Microsoft owned Bing. Bruh. Yeah. Again, another one of those quality Microsoft products, I think we have a good search term to test search engines with. Dang straight. Brave search. Ooh, that's interesting. Let me see. Can I get, do I have to use Brave to do Brave search? This is a question that I don't know. Oh, search now. Okay, so I can. All right, so we're on Brave. All right, hold on. Let me load up the screen here. Yeah, all right, we're on Brave here. This is, I have to be honest. This right here is the worst white page that I've ever seen. Like my light sensitivity and my hard eye, it's almost gone. But this is it's unbearable. Jesus Christ, it's unbearable because it's not just blinding white. It's, I mean, very bright blue, like almost white but blue. Like it's, wow, that's a lot. D3P, like, dude, my eye hurts, like, not even looking at it. D3, dude, I can't do this. Do you have a dark mode? Thank God. Holy Jesus. D3P. Oh my God, my eye still hurts from even just having a look at that. Okay, so not in the search results whatsoever, but if I go over to videos, we've got it here. And see, the only thing that I have a problem with this one is at least Bing made it part of the search results, like the video is part of the search results. I mean, again, this is a minor thing, but DuckDuckGo and Brave need to if the videos are if the videos are more relevant than this stuff, like maybe this Linux noob here is relevant. There's a good chance that it is. So, because again, last half of it is Linux noob. So, show the videos above these results here. Again, minor gripe, but still a gripe nonetheless. Yeah, that was hella bright. You forgot to say there's a dark mode in YouTube's creator mode thing. Yes, like when you go into YouTube Studio and stuff, like there is a dark mode. I think it actually defaults to it when it's like live and stuff. I didn't see that message. You retracted it, so I couldn't see it. Trust me when I say it's better to do it now than regret it later when the channel is doing well. True that, true that. What is the most interesting thing you learned today? Ooh, that is a good question. That is a fantastic question, man. What's the most interesting thing I learned today? I guess the most interesting thing that I learned today is that DNF in Fedora can do 10 parallel downloads at a time. That's very interesting. Did not expect that DNF could do that. Ooh, DP3 Linux noob, so all one word. Like it. I absolutely love the dark mode. I've been sick of getting blinded by that page. Yeah, it's a real pain in the ass. It's awful. I don't know, honestly, how in the world we've gotten to the point now where there's so many sites that still don't have a usable dark mode. Like, just dark mode, man. Like, there's not just it makes it to where I can look at your site for an unlimited amount of time and not hurt my eye. Like, even with two perfectly functioning eyes, like an all white Brave is just, or whatever site, Google, it's just too much. It's too much. Also, thanks for the sub. Oh, good. You're getting subs. Good. Glad to hear it. You need them. I'm excited to see what you do with your channel from here on out. I'm surprised we all went years without dark mode. Yeah, I know. I don't understand how we did it. I honestly don't. So don't. I couldn't stomach it at all if I didn't have things like Redshift. Yeah. Like, well, I mean, even with that, there are some. I mean, it's still hard to stomach some like that Brave search. Like, I cannot go back there again and show it off. But like that version of white where it's like blue shifted is. How do you think someone's going to use that, man? Like, it hurts. Like we all know blue light is not something that you're supposed to be getting. Why would you choose white with a tiny bit of blue added in it? Like, what? That is so painful. It's one of the reasons why I usually have Redshift set to 400K tip. Yeah. The thing for me here is like they do have like I think they call it night mode in GNOME, and that's what it is, but it's like red shifting your screen. And I mean, it functions. Hold on, what am I trying to do? Oh, yeah, settings. Let's see if I go down here, go to, I think it's actually in displays is where it is. Nope, that's not it. Color. No. Wait, hold on. I can just disable color on monitors. What? Okay. That's a thing. How? Where? Okay. Thought it would be in displays, but it's not. Accessibility, maybe? No. Nope. Bruh, I don't know. I'm shit, dog. I have no idea. It's probably like GNOME tweaks or some bullshit like that. Yeah, night mode in EOS. Yeah, in EOS. Oh yeah, that's right. That's where it was. It wasn't in Fedora. It wasn't in Fedora. Or excuse me, GNOME. I mean, it works, but I can't have it on all the time. Yeah, I mean, they're like, I don't know, doing stuff like this here. I wouldn't be able to set up OBS with my camera and see if it looks right if Redshift was on. But guys, I know the dark theme is a trend, but I still use light theme in Emacs. Even during the night, I lower the brightness to minimum, of course, but still. It feels better than reading white text. Look, man, look. I am all for opinions here. You know this channel is me just spouting my opinions, and you are more than welcome to yours. But I'd highly recommend just setting your brightness to your preferred level and then trying it with a dark mode and just see if your eyes feel better after a few hours. Because they will. I mean, unless you have some unhuman eyes that are just like totally fine with being blinded by light all the time. But dude, if that's what works for you, mad respect to it. My poor eyes could not handle it. Like Emacs in white, 3 o'clock in the morning. Nope. My poor eyes would just die. Sometimes the light mode is nice for programming. Oh, wait, you're still on EOS? What? How's it going? How's it going? I mean, I totally would have figured you would have been downloading Fedora or something by now. Wait, hold on. Waiting for tomorrow's update. Then I'll install it and probably make a new video. Oh, gotcha. I have changed sources.list to focal and updated yesterday. Update video will be released in 2 hours and 16 minutes. It was still not for me. Yeah, it really wasn't. When I use Plan 9, everything is in white mode and my eye doesn't hurt. Well, now, again, some people would be like, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, because this is in no way meant to be discouraging whatsoever, but you're younger. Your eyes can handle a lot more. That's probably what it is, to be honest. After you've been looking at a computer screen for most of your time, for like 5 years, yeah, your eyes might not appreciate white everything as much as they are fine with it now. Now, again, I don't want that to be taken, rude in any way. I don't mean it rude in any way whatsoever. I'm just saying, because of you being younger, your eyes are probably more okay with that much white. Now that I've fixed the Firefox bug in EOS, I must admit it's starting to grow on me a bit. What? That one is interesting to hear. You're gonna definitely need to make a new video there, because I'll watch that whole thing through and through probably twice to hear exactly how and in what way it's growing on you. I mean, again, I'm not saying that like I hate it. Like I actually really want to like elementary OS, but it just don't like my hardware. Zaney, I use dark theme on Emacs, and I use it. Okay, so I use dark theme on Emacs, and I used it everywhere else. But in Emacs, I really feel like dark text on a light cream background is better for me. Yeah, again, personal opinion, man. You're more than welcome to it. Me and my poor eyes would probably not enjoy that for any extended duration of time. Good point. I'm 35 years old now. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Shit, bro, I'm 24, turning 24 here very soon, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. So who knows how I'll be at 35. Might have two hurt eyes by then. Santiago, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing fantastic today. I'm 37. Am I the oldest one here? I believe you are, man. I believe you are. If Matt's still in the stream, he might be older than you. I don't know. I know Matt made a comment where he was like 40s creeping up on him, but for all I know, that means he's like 34. 40s creeping up on him. So I don't know. You might be the oldest one here. Well, in that case, let me just stand up to it so I can respect my elder. Okay? 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 Thank you. Thank you. Much respect. Much respect. You are the leader here, okay? You are now our village chief, okay? You decide what the stream's about now, okay? Since we respect our elders, so what would you like to see? What would you like to see? You want to see me hop into a game? Do you want to just keep talking like this? You're a village chief now. What would you like? Don't get me wrong. There's still issues and things I don't like about EOS, but it's mostly functional, and I could live in it for a while before having a breakdown. Okay. 24. Oh, bless. Just a young man. I mean, yeah. I'm getting there, man. I'm getting older. I'm growing up, you know. How did you move the camera like that? Oh, okay. So I have a standing desk. So my entire desk comes up. Like now my keyboard, microphone, the camera, all that, it's all attached to the desk. And then I have two presets on here. I have the standing preset, which I believe I have, let me readjust that. It's 47 inches tall, and then I drop it down to 30 inches for my sitting height. And that's how I do it. Now that being said, a standing desk is not cheap. So it's not something like insane. Well, we've got F Society dropping in. He wants to see Rocket League, but our village chief has said talking. You may proceed. Okay. I'm sorry, F Society, but we must respect our elders and follow the village chief's way. All right, we must keep talking. 42. Red is our village chief now. Red is now. Of course. Linux Snoop, you are still a village chief, but our prime chieftain now is Red. I love how we're just all throwing ages in here, like who's older, and then you can decide what's going on in the stream. That's actually a pretty nice idea. Yes, we just have to respect. Yeah, I mean, you just got to. It's the way of the world. I would love a standing desk like yours. Burn more calories while standing. Yes. Here's the thing. I don't want this to be taken as some way of like me saying that like I'm bragging or something about the desk or anything. I don't want that to come across at all, because I'm not. I will just go ahead and say this. If you are considering getting a desk and you look at standing desks, you can get them for about $300. If that is, quite a bit of money. I know $300 is not cheap by any means, but when it comes to desks, you're going to be spending probably at least $100 on a decent desk. Save up and get a standing desk. Like this one's $300. It stands and lowers. It is worth every single penny you'll put on it. Every single penny. At least the one that I got, it was super easy to put together. It's heavy as a mofo, but again, worth it. The main reason I've got this is because my posture was just horrible. So I got a new chair, this one here, which again, it's cheaper than I had a DX Racer chair, which was great. It really was, but posture-wise, it was really bad. So I had to get me a seat that had, can't remember what it's called, but the lower back support or whatever. So I got that, and then the desk here. The desk has turned out to be fantastic. It is absolutely amazing investment. Very much worth it. Co-chief, yes. You can address me as your new bestie. Thank you. Will do, sir. All right, your new bestie from now on. But Red is old, and his low power red brain is focused in on the Debian installation. Well, I mean, you got to focus on what you're doing. You got to, especially Debian, because oh well, you said installation, so you're not trying to find the ISO anymore, the proper ISO that you need. That one you definitely need to pay attention for. Can't be haphazardly clicking around on links on Debian's site. You'll never find what you need. Couldn't we make who's younger? I mean, we could, but there's no long-lasting tradition of respecting the youngest in a group. There's always been the longest running, I guess, not even principle, but I don't even know, the tradition of protecting who's the youngest. But I mean, give me one sec. I've got to go blow my nose. One sec. Ew. Sorry about that, guys. I had to go blow the nose and use the bathroom real quick. I just got back from lunch. I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest one here. You might be. All you gotta do is just throw it in chat, and we'll figure out if you're the new chieftain around here. With YouTube money, you'll be able to afford one every day soon. True that. I mean, come on, bro. You got to be rolling in the YouTube money by now. Like, I mean, if you got over 20 subscribers, we all know you are rolling in YouTube money. You are just flexing on everybody. By the way, if you could buy me an extra Porsche and send that my way, that'd be much appreciated. Since you got all that YouTube money. Well, that's the best I've seen that whiteboard since you got it. True. I don't know what, I think it was the LUT that I was using on my webcam was like making it darker and making it where it was even harder to see it. New tradition, respecting the youngest. But I would say the elders of the internet should vote for that new tradition. I agree. I mean, of course, the chiefs have to decide that that's allowed. I mean, everything goes through your village chief. So, I mean, if we're going to start respecting the children, I mean, you got to first vote it, I'm going to cop out and say that we respect everyone, young and old. Wow. I mean, I respect that, but that is definitely a cop out. You guys use a DE or WM? Both. Right now I'm on Fedora, absolutely loving it because shit just works, and in every sense of the word. And I'm using GNOME right now. I came from rat poison, so I before that it was DWM, before that it was Qtile, before that it was i3, and then I've tried out a whole bunch of other tiling window managers. Like, yeah, I mean, I like WMs, I like DEs, it just depends. For a long time, you could have come to this channel and seen me on WMs, and now today you're seeing me on a DE. They both work, it's just preference. And even preference-wise, I love rat poison, but here I know pipe wire can be really not like it if you're using a WM. It just can. So I'm sticking with GNOME for at least right now. It could very well change in the near future. Also sticking with Fedora for the time being, because everything just works, and DNF can apparently do 10 parallel downloads, which is epic. So yeah. I use a DE with scripts for tiling. Oh, which DE are you using? Because I think most of them have like tiling stuff built into them, or like in GNOME, it would be like an extension, not built in, whatever. Low spec laptop is probably the chief. Probably. I mean, I'm not sure how old Jeff is. I'm not sure. I've never asked him. I've never had a reason to be like, hey man, how old are you? Yeah, but maybe. I mean, I probably wouldn't. Okay, yeah, low spec is the chief. He's older than me. Okay, yeah. I just don't know how old he is. Yeah, again, not something I've ever asked him. Redsmith is almost ready. Oh, it's almost ready. I think it's not worth to install 10 today. Usually I'm on i3, as you probably know, but right now I'm on Elementary OS. Yeah. Still interested to see if they actually drop Elementary OS 6 tomorrow. That'd be very interesting. I'm checking the features to see if it has something interesting. When's your next video? Looking forward to seeing. Oh yeah. Oh well. How about this? How about this? I give you my word of honor that I will continue this stream for at least 2 hours and 2 minutes, and we will, again, if we're going to end the stream at that point, we will definitely watch your video live, and maybe, hopefully, some people here will just go over there and give it a like from there. I'm using KDE Plasma with KWin tiling, and another one that finds and raises windows. Okay. I do like. See, here's the thing. I'm not a huge fan of KDE, but I have no problems with KDE. It's great. It's great. If you like it, you like it. To me, it's just the settings could use a lot of work, the placement, but that's, again, a very minor gripe. And I mean, I'm using GNOME now, and GNOME, I definitely have gripes about GNOME a lot. Again, most of my gripes are to do with the fact that they don't like extensions, and then also more of just the developers of GNOME. They're not exceptionally nice people. And I think that's an objective statement. Again, they have good intentions, but they're not objectively nice people. Now, I'm not saying they're horrible people either. It's just they're not very nice. Also, they're extremely opinionated. But hey, if you agree with them, you agree with them. With all that being said, even though I disagree with the GNOME developers and stuff, I still like GNOME. So there's something. I wasn't here for 5 minutes. Did I miss something? You probably missed me going to blow my nose and using the bathroom real quick. That's probably about it. You're probably good. I'm gonna be annoyed if they don't, because I could be trying out Fedora right now. Yeah. And let's be honest, you'd probably like it more, because at the very least, Fedora under the hood is actually, I really like it. I really like it. And then on top of that, the only thing that you might have a gripe about is GNOME. But let's be honest, compared to elementary OS, GNOME is far more extensible and far more customizable. I wouldn't be able to live on GNOME. It's just not for me. Yeah, and see, that's really what it comes down to. For me, I can live in just about anything, but KDE, I just don't prefer it as much as GNOME, just because GNOME is meant to be a little bit more, I guess you could say clean would be a way of saying it. And I do prefer clean. Now, if you looked at what I was doing in rat poison is, I guess, clean. Yes. If clean is absolutely no decorative shit going on at all, I guess. I really want to see you walk through your experience with KSH, if that's one you use. Ooh, that is interesting. Yeah, I've never used KSH. And I also like the Iridium browser. I've never heard of that. I have never heard of that. I'd be very interested to hear that. Can you try out the RC shell? You can install it by installing Plan 9 port. It would be interesting to see your thoughts on something like RC. Yeah. See, here's my thing. When it comes to different shells and stuff, brother, I'm never going to switch from Bash. I don't do enough complex shit in the terminal to justify installing anything else. Just don't. Bash works perfectly fine for me. I've never been like, I should try out something else, because there may be benefits to them, but personally, I won't notice them because my needs in the terminal are far too simple. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, okay. So it did at least come with a music application, okay? Because I was worried there for a second. I was like, I know this shit comes with like Rhythmbox or something. So let me just load up Rhythmbox. Does it pull in all of my shit? It does. It does. Is it playing music? Okay, not playing. Oh, thank God. For a second there, it has a song, "The Bones" by Maren Morris, which is, I mean, I guess you could call it a pop song. Not really, but sure, yeah. I thought it was playing that for a second. I was like, oh shit, playing copyrighted music right now. YouTube's gonna bitch and complain at me, but no, we're good. We're good. Altering between KSH and TCH. I really would like to get better in scripting in TCH. See, I've never heard all this. All right, can y'all, can we have a real conversation here about shells and stuff? Okay, why would I want to go to KSH, TCH, Fish? Like, I mean, I know they all are doing stuff a little bit different, but is there really anything that like is potentially normal that someone's going to want to do in something like Bash that they just can't do unless they go to like something like KSH, TCH, and such? Wait. Yes, you don't, but Terminal for Life does. I don't know what you were saying there. I don't know what that was in response to. You're not the first to ask about the Plan 9 shell. I was going to make a whole video on that shell. Even took a ton of notes. Oh, interesting. Like I take notes for my videos. That would be too much like proper research, and I don't know, treating this like a job for me. I just very much give my opinions and stuff. None of my stuff is like documented. I mean, I think the most like sort of planned out stuff that I did still wasn't even that planned out, was my GIMP tutorial for like beginner to intermediate, which was again just how I make my thumbnails. Still not even that complex, or not even a proper Git tutorial, for being honest. But whatever. Whoa! Did chat just shoot up? Oh no, okay, cool. I love going back through and reading chat. You're not going. Shit. But now it's been ages, so I'd have to go all over again one day. Okay. ES is a successor of RC, so don't know about that one. I have no idea. I think I'm dying right now. I have no idea. I use widgets in ZSH, and auto load is nice. So what do you mean by auto load? And what the hell are widgets in ZSH? What? All right, hold on. Let me switch it over here. We're going to have to pop in and do some research ourselves, okay? Because I'm not going to rely on you guys to explain everything in chat. Widgets in ZSH, right? Let me make sure I got that one right. Yeah, ZSH. Closer look at this in creating custom widgets. Widgets. Okay, what are ZLE commands and widgets? ZLE stands for ZSH line editor. As described earlier, a ZLE command is a specific functionality provided by the ZLE. A ZLE widget is a synonym for ZLE command, albeit a more specific term since the word command is rather overloaded already. I will use widget for the remainder of this article, okay? Pretty much any interaction with ZHS is provided by a widget. Move to the beginning of a line, move one word backward, backward word, delete previous word, delete until end of line. You get the idea. Everything is a widget. Okay, gotcha. Sort of. So list widgets. Okay, so these are like little commands to do stuff in ZSH. Gotcha. It was RC. ZSH is one of the best POSIX. It is the best POSIX compliant RC. The best if you use 9 term. I don't think you get those in Bash. Yeah, I don't think so either. Some shells have different features for programming and or interactive use. Yeah, I just don't need those features. Also, the Vim mode for ZSH is better than Bash's. Okay. TCSH in general has a teeny bit more C-like programming language look and feel when you script it. For an interactive shell, there's not much of a change for basic usage. Okay. I've been thinking about making a video looking at ZSH built-ins versus Bash built-ins because that's a big reason why I don't use ZSH. I would definitely be interested in that. And of course, as you probably or already probably know, I use Emacs style line editing in my shell. That one, definitely. If there's something Emacs like you can do somewhere else, I know you're doing it. 100%. Sounds like when you use the bind built in Bash. Same, actually. Oh, okay. New shell is a very interesting one. New shell. New shell. A new type of shell. Well, questions answered, brothers. New shell. A new type of shell. I love how that's just like, that's it. Like, that's all you need to know, brother. That's all you need to know. Let's go here. Powerful pipelines to control your system. Pipelines allow you to work with your system like never before. You are in control of the system, ready for your next command. Everything is data. Rather than having the need to remember all the parameters to all the commands, we can just use the same regardless of where it came from. Don't understand that. powerful plugins. New can't come with everything you might want to do, so you can extend it using its powerful plugin system. Okay? Yeah, this is by far, like, I guess just other shells other than Bash are just completely irrelevant for me just because I don't need anything. Like, I mean, most of my scripting and stuff is done in, at the very most, Vim. Just Vim, because writing a C# script for Unity is nothing. I mean, at least for me. And that's pretty much all the scripting that I really do, other than the Bash challenge that I did with Matt. I've dabbled with making some Bash scripts before, but ooh. Nobody mentioned it was using Rust. So important, so important. Please don't ban me. Oh shit. That's as if I cared about Rust at all. Rust is just one of those things where, like, kill. Like, I mean, a whole bunch of like Python stuff is getting rewritten in Rust, which is like, I mean, cool, but can we be honest? Qt browser written in Python, as far as I know, most of it is. Runs fine. Ranger, bro, it's a file. Like, it's not slow. It's just not. There are certain things that you're doing where Python's perfect for. Like, if you're going to do something like, I don't know, make a terminal-based file browser, Python is perfect for it. Rust, it's just as good, but I don't care. I really don't. Most of the times, I could care less what a program's written in. Does the program do what it says it does? That's what matters. The dev of New Shell has a very nice YouTube channel. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Demo. Wait, paste here to provide your own file saved as custom. Okay. I have no idea what's going on here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm good. It'll probably be better for slower machines and heftier tasks. You are right. You are right. Like, I mean, if you're running on an Intel Atom, like, yeah, your program should probably not be written in Python. But let's be honest. If you're running an Intel Atom, please God, just save up for, like, I don't even know, 1 month and buy yourself a system that doesn't have an Intel Atom in it. Like, anything else, like even a Celeron would be better. Qt browser UI is written in Python. Rendering engine is, of course, written in some compiled language. Yep, but yeah, it does not need to be written in Rust just to be good. Yeah. Qt, yeah, I use servers. Qtile is the best example of Python being fast. It really is. Like, Qtile is not slow one bit. And also, guys, New Shell has a white web page. So it makes it bad even if it's written in Rust. Yeah, well, I mean, we could just do this here. Ha! Ha! Okay. Yeah, so apparently a lot of sites like to do this where I turn on this nice little dark plugin here, and this is what happens. It worked. It worked. Okay, well, a lot of the times that doesn't work. I've tried turning it off and back on again. A lot of the times they'll just do that shit where instead of actually going into this dark mode, it just stays the background white and the text gets like gray for some reason. But that fixes it up quite a bit. Yeah, everything should have dark mode by default. Brother, I agree there. We are in 2021 right now. There's no acceptable reason for your shit to not default to dark mode. Like, the fact that YouTube still defaults to white mode is just insane. Dark mode. Dark mode. Everything. Everything. Default dark mode. And then if you want to blow your eyeballs out, you should have the white mode option. Again, option, freedom, and choice. Very important and hold it very high. But just sane defaults, brother. Sane defaults. That's what we need. Here we go. All right. Dark blue text on a brown background. Default everywhere. I don't know about dark blue text on a brown background. I don't know about that. But that's personal preference here. Boomers still prefer light mode for whatever reason. Here's the thing. I just don't think boomers have gotten really used to dark mode. I think really the problem with dark mode for boomers is the fact that dark mode is not everywhere. Like, it's just inconsistent. I think that's the problem. I feel like that's what holds back a lot of people, not just boomers, but just people in general, from the, I don't know, more complex deal of dark mode. It's inconsistent because some sites still just don't have a dark mode whatsoever. So, like, why start using something that you might not get everywhere? I understand that. We're seeing a trend for dark themes, so the future of the web may be very dark. Hopefully. That would be epic. Be absolutely awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. If dark mode just got continually more and more and more common and just became the default, and then you had the option of light mode, that'd be great. That'd be absolutely fantastic. All right, brothers, I am going to have to drop this desk down, okay? I have got to take a load off, you know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. Oh, come on now. Come on now. You're almost there. You're almost there. You're almost there. Okay. All right. Back in today. Wait, hold on. Okay. I need to close this Firefox window here because that distracts me. Okay. Of course, dark web is just a website with a dark theme applied by default. Of course, the dark web doesn't exist, man. Dark web doesn't exist. Deep web, dark web, all that stuff. It's just something boomers talk about to get you scared off the internet. It doesn't actually exist. It's a fantasy. I'm just waiting for people in chat to be like, dude, you don't know that the deep web is a real thing? Back in today, we were still sort of new to staring at a computer screen. Eventually, we learned how damaging computers can be to our eyes. Yep. So what do you do? Oh, this is a good question. So what do you do outside of Linux, Tyler? Who is Tyler? It's a good question. We can definitely go off on a little bit of a tangent there. So for one, what do I do outside of Linux? Essentially just take, really not much, man. Outside of this YouTube channel, I hang out with friends, and I actually don't have a paying job right now. I mean, I was selling it LBC for quite a while, making decent money off that over on Odyssey, but cryptocurrency prices have absolutely crashed, so that's no longer a thing. If I was to sell off all the crypto I have now, I'd probably only make like $100, because the crypto market's so shit, but that's a whole nother topic. But who am I? That's a good question. Well, hold on, I didn't even finish what I do outside of Linux. weeks. So the reason I don't have a paying job right now is, well, for one, I do small jobs, like I do small things to make money. You know, I manage a few people's systems, and I also do technical support for quite a few people. So I essentially charge $15 a month, and then if you have a computer issue or anything like that, I have a handful of clients. I go over, fix their computer for them, take care of them, you know, when they need me, and it's just $15 a month. So that helps. And then also, the only reason I'm able to do that is because, well, for one, I'm 23 and live at home. I have no qualms with living at home, and nor do I feel bad about it one bit, because I absolutely get along with my mom 100%. My sister's hardly ever here, but get along with my mom fantastically. We can live together very well. If I need the house to myself, for the rule here is if anyone asks to have the house for themselves, it's no questions asked. It's just we automatically assume you're going to have a party, and most of the time that's what it is. But you know, we can live together fine. There's no reason for me to go and pay a ridiculous monthly bill for rent and shit. So I've cut down expenses here. Like since I was 18, I was paying rent living at home. Like, I mean, I did move out for a while, but I think it was a little bit over a year. But anyway, I've always paid rent while living here until pretty recently, where I just started doing all the stuff that we used to pay people to do. Like we used to have someone mow our yard. Now I've taken over and started doing that. When I have to, for me to have free rent here, I have to maintain the house being clean, and it is a full-time job keeping this house clean. We got 3 dogs sometimes here, normally just 2. But yeah, it's a lot of work keeping the house clean. And again, for me to have free rent here, I've got to keep the house very clean. So yeah, so I've just cut down expenses so that I don't really have to worry about a job. I just have insurance and Verizon to pay, which is on my phone. But who am I? That's a good question. I am just your average dude, I guess. I don't know. I'm a very laid back person. I don't really get heated that much. Even in my rants, I'm more heated than I am. Like I'm more showing off than I am heated. Like I don't know. Like it's really hard to get me like actually I don't really know that it's possible for you to get me to rage, like literally like see red rage. Like I'm a very angry person. I don't have reasons to be angry. Don't know. I don't know. I'm a very laid back person. Not interested. Like again, we'll get super personal here. I don't care. I'm not really interested in dating or anything like that for the time being. Not really interested in having kids or starting a family or anything like that. Just doesn't interest me. I'm genuinely too cheap to want a family. It's a very expensive undertaking and a lot of responsibility and stuff there that I'm just not that interested in. Doesn't seem worth it to me personally. I don't know. What other than that, I like playing games, but I'm not super into games. Like I don't spend all my time gaming or anything like that. I like just fiddling around and using a computer. That's really about it. And I don't like Microsoft or Apple one bit. But man, aren't you aware that someone hired a Bitcoin assassin on the dark web to kill JFK? Wake up, sheeple. Oh my God. You gotta be careful saying stuff like that because there are people out there that truly believe that type of crazy bullcrap. Because doing research nowadays has gotten to be like so obscure, and like now the definition of doing research, even for a journalist, is reading a headline, and you know all you need to know after that. Are all you guys working on something related to IT? No, at least me personally, I'm not. Again, I don't have a typical job. The LBRY thing is just sad. What do you mean? Are you talking about like with the SEC and everything? Because yes, it's sad. Um, oh, awesome. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, like mine is mostly like I have some family members, not like like not like I charge my grandparents to manage their systems, but like I have a few family members that are like not hyper close family members that they pay me monthly to make sure if they have any computer problems, they call me, and I'm again, if even if during a live stream, I can end the live stream and go help them. Um, then I've got a few like really close family friends. Like we got a whole lot. I have a very big family, like very big family. Um, so I have a lot of family friends that I go and do the same thing. Their clients, manage their stuff for them. Yeah, that's about it. I work as a technical support for a company in adult entertainment industry. That is interesting as hell. You could do a whole video talking about that. I would be super interested in that because I wonder how technical support for adult entertainment. I wonder what type of shit you got to deal with on a daily basis there. Not officially. Like, yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. If you look up into like requirements for becoming a system admin, like it's ridiculous. Sysadmin is not something. It's not a job title that you're going to get just because you know how to manage some Linux systems. No, no. Most of them require like almost to become a sysadmin. You might as well need a decade of experience to do it professionally. Um, uh, this is your eHarmony ad. Yeah, yeah. This would be the worst eHarmony ad ever. Like, hey, guess what? I'm someone who probably is not interested in starting a relationship with you, but you could message me. Yeah, no. It was interesting. Thanks, Zaney. No problem, man. No problem. I'm more than interested in sharing more stuff about me. I don't like. I'm one of those people who like I take privacy seriously, but I'm not a private person. So like I think it's important to keep privacy a thing for people where it does really matter, like where you live in a I don't know country where talking about the freedom or like a freedom in general can get you killed. Like yeah, privacy is heavily important. For me though, even though I care about my privacy to an extent, it's not massively important to me because again, a lot of my life is already out there. So um, Proton is a version of Linux journalism today. Yep. Yeah. And here's the thing with a junior sysadmin, your compensation, your pay rate is much lower than a sysadmin. At least statistically, it is. I've at least had one offer through doing this stuff. That's awesome. I have not had a job offer come through for doing this stuff. That's definitely not happened. I don't think it ever will. I don't think anyone's going to look at my library of videos and be like, you know what? This guy is a perfect fit for our sysadmin position. Highly doubt it. I could do a junior level of that as well, but that's for much lower wage than I get right now for almost doing nothing. Yeah. Like to be honest, customer support is one of the best career fields that you can get into because a lot of the time you can get a customer service job that is essentially nothing. Like I did vaccination, like I did scheduling COVID vaccines working from home not too long ago. It's probably like a year and a half ago. I don't know what, right when all this COVID shit got real big. I was doing that and dude, I mean, they were straight up There were days, entire days, where I got like 2 phone calls, and the rest of the time I was getting paid for watching YouTube. Yeah, but from junior you can go up. You can go up. That is true. That is true. That's true. Unfortunately, I have no official experience, despite my knowledge. Funny enough, I've helped a bunch of professionals do their job better. That's worth something. That is worth something to be like. That's worth being proud of. I'm trying to get into QA testing. Yeah, that is a rough field to get into. Rough field. Mainly because it's hard to get jobs in QA testing at the entry level that are decent and work your way up from there. Because a lot of the entry level QA testing jobs are not good. They're just not. And that's one of the reasons why I do genuinely thank you guys a lot, because you don't know how much it means that I'm growing and you guys are enjoying these live streams, videos, such, because I really would like to turn this into a thing where I never have to worry about income or anything like that. Because typically the times when this channel gets no attention and no love, it's because I either got a new job or the job is getting intense and I got to focus more on it. So I like doing this. I like doing this. And to be honest, now that I've cut back expenses, essentially, as long as this channel can get to the point, hopefully within the next couple of months to a few months, where it's making literally $50, I'll be fine with it. That's at that point, this is a profession for me. That's why I highly recommend for all of you people, if you can, evaluate your life and see where you can cut out expenses. Because the way that most people live life is you just keep growing in what you need from your job. You continuously keep adding up expenses to the point where you need a very professional job to even sustain your life. Evaluate what you can and can't afford to do. A lot of the times where a lot of people hurt themselves is moving out from home, and there's actually absolutely no reason to move out from home and take on the massive expense it is to live on your own. If you get along with your family, if you really like your family and you can truly live together, do it. Save the money. Don't do it. Or in my case, don't save the money and just cut back expenses and live your life at a very cheap rate. You can do that too. I would be the senior junior. Yeah. 580 subs now. Yep, I saw that. Yeah, so I mean, I'm definitely going up. And again, thank you guys, because it's you guys who actually tune in and like being here that make this, I don't know, worthwhile venture, I guess. I mean, I'd still be doing it if there was no one tuning into my live streams, but yeah, just better. Despite the fact that yesterday it was a Linux hop extravaganza. Yeah, like, here's the thing too. I can show y'all the, well, no, actually, I don't know that I could now. I don't think YouTube saves it or whatever. But during the live stream, like, I mean, that's insane. There were good portions, like there were 2 good portions of that live stream where it was just down. And a few people kept it open, and then it kept getting, like, y'all kept coming back. Like, that is insane. I'm working to not work anymore, finishing sometime on my design catamaran. I don't know what a catamaran is. I have no idea. But that's awesome. Keep working towards that. That is a worthwhile goal. That's essentially what I'm doing now. I'm setting myself up to where I won't have to work in the future. Because, I mean, if your expenses are hyper low, you don't really have to have at least a steady job. You're now featured on my main channel page. Thank you, man. Thank you. I need to change around who I've got. I have no idea who got featured on mine. That needs to be swapped around. Cut your expenses and live your life cheap. Sounds like a use Atom based computer to make your YouTube videos. You know, sounds like use Atom based computer to make your YouTube videos. Yeah, I mean, wait, hold on. Catamaran is a fancy name for a boat. Oh, okay. Is it a houseboat? Is it a houseboat? Because I got a buddy with a houseboat, and those are a lot of fun. A lot of fun. They are quite a bit of maintenance, though. But yeah, cutting your expenses and living your life cheap is something that shouldn't be something that needs to be said, but it is. It just is. But was working for game companies and government in electronics, electrochemical design, and programming, and made a 3D engine for PlayStation, PSP. Interesting. You've been all over the place, man. Yeah, you should be. You're definitely working to not work anymore. I'm going to assume if you were working with game companies, that means you're probably in an area where like rent and stuff like that is not cheap. Yep, houseboat. I made a home road, but it was not possible to make it electric by law in my country. That's stupid. Don't know why. It's like a little part of my life to just watch one of your videos, hear your podcast, or watch your stream. Thank you, man. Thank you. Well, here you go. This being a big part of my life, it's nice to have it be a little part of your life. It's nice to have you tune in. It's nice to be able to talk with you. And let's be honest. Let's be honest. I consider a lot of you friends. Don't care if you consider me a friend one bit. You cannot, or whatever, but I consider every single person who tunes in, especially regularly, a friend. Thank you, guys. Because here's one thing. None of my IRL friends tune into this. Now, here's the thing. I got some very close the friends that I keep are very tight knit and very, very, very close to me. But to be honest, out of my IRL friends that I'm extremely close with, Manny is the only one who is willing to stream or talk about Linux for any duration of time with me. So it's nice to have you guys here as friends we're all interested in the same type of stuff. So it's perfect. Plus, I was working at that time in PSP and directly with the Godot game engine creator, adding support for PSP to the platform. That is super interesting. Super, super interesting. I consider you a mortal enemy. Well, I mean, yeah, man, we both got Linux channels. I mean, we have to be running against each other. I mean, it's not like we could at all be friendly or nice to each other. I mean, that can't be the case. It must be a competition to the death. Must be. We are not friends unless we have confirmed on Facebook. Well, then in that case, I don't think I have any friends, period. Well, no, I take that back. I do have my Oculus Quest 2. I have a few friends in real life that do also have that. And so I do have a Facebook account to use that. And I'm pretty sure us being friends on the Oculus Quest makes us friends on Facebook by proxy. So technically speaking, I do have Facebook friends, which is crazy. Because to me, I still consider it a huge technicality that I have a Facebook account. But whatever. I mean, Facebook literally only gets to map one room in my house with my Quest and hear my voice. And damn, now that I'm thinking about it, they get a lot of shit from that thing. And really, hey, I mean, as much as I hate Facebook and think they are a deplorable company, as soon as another company wants to make an affordable, amazing, portable, standalone VR headset, dude, brother, I am all in on it. And that Quest is not getting resold. It will get burnt because no other human deserves to be disrespected by that headset, period. But I need an alternative. And because I'm sorry, but VR is epic. It's just epic. It's Linux content. You just have to steal the content from other content creators. Yeah, of course, of course. Like, I mean, here before too long, you're just going to see me straight uploading Luke Smith videos. Because, I mean, that's how you grow and build and foster a fantastic Linux YouTube channel. I don't have Facebook, so I guess I'm a loner. Well, let me put it to you like this. You're a loner that actually has a lick of privacy. So that's nice. That's nice. Do you use Vim, NeoVim, or Emacs? Good question. Vim. Just bog standard Vim. The most I'll do to Vim is add a 1 or 2 plugins. The most. Normally, if I'm going to add a plugin, it's like Nerdtree, just to get a directory, thing with them. That's about it. Who uses Facebook? Anyways, I only have WhatsApp because of my family. And see that? Like, my family tries to get me like, oh, well, I mean, if you had Facebook, you know what's going on with Carol Lynn's life. I'm like, Carol Lynn gets like a fat D. I'm not using Facebook to talk to Carol Lynn. I don't know who this bitch is. I guess she's one of your friends at work. I don't know. I could care less. No, I don't need to know what Carol Lynn's having for lunch today because I don't care. I just don't. Using Facebook is one of the dumbest things ever. Like, no, like, again, here will be my argument for things against Facebook, Twitter, even Mastodon, like social media, like just general social media, where like micro-blogging to a social media account. Like, here's the thing. I love my Gemini microblog. And here's the thing. I'll tell you, I get nothing from it. I just like it. Here's the thing when it comes to Twitter or Facebook or anything. Do you like it? Because almost everyone I know, like even my mom, like who uses Facebook all the time, she tells you, no, I don't like it. Like I get upset. I get things shown to me that I don't want to see. I don't care about. And I was at, so like, why do you keep using it? She's like, well, I mean, like without Facebook, I wouldn't know what's going on. And like, here's the great thing. You don't need to. The common misconception is that it's a good thing to know what's going on in the world. No. What's going on in the Chinese political space right now, I don't need to know about it. Because guess what? I don't care. If there's a famine that's wiping out half of the world population, if it doesn't affect me, cool. I mean, if I heard about it, I feel sorry for that world, but I'm not going to do anything about it. It affects me. No way. Why do I need to know about it? What? I do not use Vim, NeoVim, old Vim, VI, X, or anything that needs to be quit by restarting the computer. Oh shit. We know, man. We know. Emacs is your church. We know. And here's the thing. I might come to church with you on occasion, but look, I'm not staying. I'm not going to become a member at the church. Okay. The glorious church of Emacs, I might come and visit, might come with you on a Sunday or two and check it out. But sorry, I'm not worshiping inside of the church of Emacs yet. Yes, I was this guy with the noob questions. Hey, here's the thing. People will always harp on people for asking noob questions or like doing research before you ask a question. Just ask the question, man. Like some people, you'll always have douchebags in the world who tell you that you should have been smarter or done research before. Sometimes you just ask a question just because you don't know it. A nice, genuine person we'll respond to you. It's okay. Asking new questions is not a bad thing. Even though the Arch and Gentoo and some other communities would have you believe that it's wholly unacceptable, it's fine. We all ask new questions. We were all noobs before. I asked some dumbass questions in the past that, like, looking back on, I'm like, bro, just search it. But that being said, I had someone nice explain it to me. And guess what? That led to me having a much greater respect for the Linux community and the people in it. Real Geeks, SSH, and P-Killings. You need 2 PCs for that. Oh, yeah. True, but you're killing my jug. P-Killing it. Oh. I got RTFM thousands of times. Oh, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Only because I'm coming from someone who's asked all those stupid questions and maybe once or twice ever got told RTFM. It's a shame that you had that experience of getting a lot of people just being rude and telling you to read the that Like, to be honest, like, here's the way that I've always responded to very new questions. Answer the question that they've asked, and then end it off with, in the future, you'll probably want to just Google or check to see if that program or whatever has a manual page, because the answer is probably right in there. And people can be rude. Have a good day. That's how I've always done it. I think that's how an educated and nice person acts with another human being, with respect and with common human decency, instead of just being like, dude, retard, read the manual. Like, that's so rude. Just answer their question and then give them the advice of, hey, in the future, here on Linux, we actually do have good documentation for just about everything. So check to see if it's in the manual first. Yeah, there's not stupid questions. There's just there's just new user questions who when you're not familiar with something. I was born a Linux know-it-all. Yeah, all of the Linux information, documentation, and manuals were all just genetically passed down to you. Yeah. Like that would be great. That would be great if we had one person out there who's like, no, I mean, legitimately, like, I woke up using Ubuntu. Like, I was born, and then the first thing I was doing was hitting, mod enter, mod S or whatever, hitting some key binding to, like, use my computer. It's just how it worked. Only lazy ones. I mean, not even that. There's not even lazy questions. Because a lot of people don't, again, nowadays, you got to think about it like this. When you're answering a question to somebody, there's a good chance, in the current world that we live in, research and doing research is like a foreign concept to people. It's like doing proper research isn't even taught in journalist schools anymore. Like, we have full-fledged journalists now who don't even know how to do basic research. So really, in all honesty, there's not lazy questions. You're probably getting a question from somebody who doesn't know how to do proper research. So if you politely answer their question and then tell them, hey, in the future, there's quality documentation, quality manuals for you to check up on, and hey, you might even just go the extra mile and be like, hey, so, you might want to check to make sure you have the man program, like ManDB, man pages, if you're on Arch or whatever, check to make sure you have those, and then you've got quality man manuals to check out. It's really no lazy questions nowadays. It's more of just people who genuinely don't know better. They just don't know how to do research. Also, if you're somebody who's, 12, 13, you probably haven't been taught how to do proper research close to accurate. So, again, not lazy questions, just a question that needs an answer. And if you're a nice person, go the little extra mile and tell them where they can find resources without having to ask the community a question that they could easily find elsewhere. Just being honest. Your opinion on BusyBox. Don't have one, only because I don't really even know what BusyBox is. I've heard of it, don't know what it is, never used it, never checked it out. It's handy in embedded systems and as a fallback. But beyond that, what could be said? I've never got RTFM. That's good. That's good. RTFM noob. Now you have. That is the problem of noobs. They're unable to Bing questions properly. I know that someone asked me how to hide search button. Ooh, that's a basic question. Unable to Bing questions properly. God, just stop using Bing as a verb. Just please stop. It is so not okay to hear. Like, just my eyes, my ears, my mouth saying it, everything just feels gross. Bing. You know, I was just out binging, having a great time. Roadie. I've only been using Linux for about 7 years, in all honesty. I've only been using Linux as a daily driver for probably 5-6 years. Probably. Might even be short, because I take that back. No, I've gone back to it probably three years, to be honest. And even in that time, I have gone back to Windows. Like, not permanently to like check it out. Like, normally it's been for like something weird, like occasionally I'll actually install Windows to a drive and just for the sole purpose of being able to install all of my VR Windows titles on there and play them from the PC to the Oculus Quest. Normally what I'll do is I'll take my extra drive. I normally have an extra drive. So I'll take that one, back up everything on it, and then just completely install regular default Windows to it, install Steam, install my entire VR library, and for a couple days to a few days, play like hardcore VR for a few days, you know, playing Half-Life Alyx, Boneworks, all of those games. So I've done that the past few years, but for the most part, for the past like 5 years, Linux has been my main daily driver. But I mean, I've used Linux on and off for a long time, since I was like 14, 12, even 12 maybe. I have no idea. Like, I mean, my first netbook that I got, I installed Ubuntu on it. I didn't stick with it for a long time, but yeah. I used Linux for 2 years. Someone commented on my last video saying, just install Gentoo. Dude, I get that in videos. Mostly I get it in live streams. Just people, like, for the first like 10 minutes of the live streams, people popping in and being like, well, this isn't a Gentoo install. How's it, Zaney? Doing good, doing good. Thank you for asking, man. How have you been? How have you been? Bing it. Bing it. Just bang it. Just Bing it. Like, I mean, if you want to use the internet properly, you should be using Bing. We all know that. I would use Gentoo if it just had time to, if I just had time to learn and compile times didn't exist. Same. A lot of the times I have the time, but the compile times and the issues, like, dude, the amount of circular dependencies that I've ran into on Gentoo and the absolute mother effing hassle it is to get those worked out is just so annoying. Getting data mined by Microsoft is better than getting data mined by Google. We could go off on a tangent on that one. Because is it better? Is it better? Like, here's the thing. Google's massive, and there can be, when you're that massive, there can be like a lot of overhead where mistakes can be made. But that being said, I actually trust Google to take keeping their shit together more seriously than Microsoft. Like, Microsoft, Literally, I guarantee you, if you put on a ski mask and walked up and just stood behind Microsoft offices, and then when an employee walked out, be like, "Hey man, I've got $600 here. Can I just buy 300 of your users' data?" I guarantee they'd give it to you. Guarantee. Like there is no, Microsoft is just a willy-nilly company. They don't know how to run a company. And literally, Microsoft is an embarrassment to like real enterprise grade shit. Just, it's an embarrassment. It really is. And I mean, I've had Microsoft engineers reach out and I've talked with them, and even they will say like there are some reasons why Windows might be a better fit for some corporation, but even they will not deny the fact that there are major problems in Windows. If you do your updates daily, it's like five minutes per day on average. So yeah, all you gotta do is just make sure you update your system daily. If you get put in the hospital for 5 days and you get home and all you want to do is watch a YouTube video, well, I hope Firefox doesn't take 3 days to compile, but who knows? It probably will. But if that's a problem for you, you could just download the binary version of Firefox. However, at that point, we also have to have the conversation of why are you using Gentoo in the first place? Period. Wake up, comment, install Gentoo on every video, sleep, repeat. I definitely do have people where I feel like that is their daily habit. I would use Gentoo if I could get audio and Minecraft to work on it. Yeah, gaming on Gentoo can be quite a bit of a problem. Guys, I know how to end this stupid search engine and data mining wars. What we need is a Facebook search. Holy sh! That is the most horrid idea I've ever seen. I applaud you for coming up with that idea. That is the most unholiest of ideas. A Facebook search engine. Just wow. I'd rather enter random IPs into IRL bar until I get a site I want. Shit. Oh god. Yeah. Wake up, search for Linux with the in the last day filter, and copy and paste under each video. Sleep, repeat. Oh shit. All right. Well, hold on. I'm gonna stand the table up, out of my chair. So, Buddy right now is a little. I can hear him out there. He's whining. He needs to go use the bathroom. So I'm going to go walk him, and yeah, that'll be that. I'll walk him. He might come back in here and join me. Oh yeah, that's right. He needs to eat. That's why he's whining. He needs to go use the bathroom. Then I'm gonna take him back in here. I'm gonna feed him, and so that means in the background you might hear a little bit of munching, but you know, hey, what can I do here? Okay, like it's not that big of a deal. You'll just hear Buddy chewing and enjoying his food. Okay, can't do anything about it. All right, but yeah, it's that point in every stream that has to happen where the dude just leaves the room and it's just an empty stream with nothing really going on. I mean, I could do this and load up Rhythmbox and hope to God I play this right. Ghost Trip. Okay, pause that. I need to turn this audio down and play it. And it's not coming out of the correct audio source. Settings? I'm pretty sure I configured my sound before this started. Yep, it's supposed to be going out the right one. Oh, it may be in OBS. Maybe OBS is fucked. Let me see. Proper ties. HDMI 1. Okay. Hold on, let me go back over here. Let me start playing. Let me see if I'm hearing it. That would be, I mean, one thing to see. Okay, so I'm hearing it. It's not coming through OBS. Click here. Okay, Nothing. Nothing. Properties. I go default. Ah, yes, there we go. There we go. Okay. So now I'll just turn this up. There we go. Turn on just a little bit of ghost trip, because why not? Chair stream win. Well, I mean, we were just in the chair stream. Well, actually, I mean, if I lowered my debts down, you get a proper chair stream. But yeah, so doggo time here. 24 hours 24-hour whiteboard stream win. That would be great. Struggles over streamer noob, man. That's me here. All right. So like, look, I'm gonna go take care of the doggo, and I'll see you guys in just a second. All right, now let me feed you real quick. All right, he has been fed, and the music can be paused. Perfect. All right. Do you guys do some programming? He's looking for his sanity. Oh shit! I was making a cup of tea, and I totally forgot about it. You can go out there and grab it. Let's see. Cave up because it doesn't exist. Damn straight. Oh, out here. Do you think Gen 2 users are more elite? No. No. I just think they can deal with a lot more system maintenance than I can. True, true. Yeah, you can. But you are right there, Eternal for Life. It is a very basic version of tiling. Like, I'm pretty sure you can do the same thing in GNOME, where it's just like you essentially can split your windows to the side using the arrow keys. It's a mod key. I shouldn't have done that with my chat window though, because that's a little excessive, making it half the screen. But whatever, especially on an ultra wide. I'll check your video later. It will most likely be much more in depth. Just prepare yourself. I pointed out a lot of negative things. Oh, it's not all bad though. Good. I mean, you are right. You did say it was growing on you, so that's one thing. Thank you for welcoming me back, man. Thank you. Glad to be here. A cup of tea. That's something I don't expect an American to say. Exactly, yeah. It's actually English breakfast tea. I got a whole bunch of, again, I've been watching a lot more of Hex DSL recently, and he's always drinking tea or talking about tea or something in at least one out of every other video. He's talking about tea or drinking it. And so I'm like, you know what? I should get into it because like I like coffee, but I need to stop drinking as much coffee as I do. I need to stop drinking these V8 energy drinks. So instead of ordering more of these, we just got some teas. And yeah. I have been drinking for the past couple of days it's called Raspberry Royale. It's from Bigelow. It's really good. I got it at a little Amish shop, not too far from here. I'm going to make hot chocolate because I'm elite. Hey, well, hold on. I'm going to run and grab my English breakfast tea. Wait, hold on. With a bit of milk. But here you can see if he's at least a bit British. Milk into the tea or the other way around. I would put milk a little, like I like milk in my tea, to be honest. If I get Earl Grey, I'm one of those weird people. A lot of people don't like Earl Grey with a little bit of milk. I do. Earl Grey with a little bit of milk, perfect. But that being said, we're out of milk right now, so I don't have any of that to even try. Now I'll be right back with my tea. Oh, all right. Let me try that. Holy shit, I can already feel that's going to be hot. It's going to be hot. So, I know at some point someone was like, hey, you should play some Rocket League. I know someone said that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to at least load up Rocket League here. And, I mean, I know it's Rocket League. It's going to work. Need to run it through Proton now, but it's Rocket League. it's gonna work. I mean, I say that now, but fingers crossed, it just works. I hate to have said that, and it just, for the first time ever, Rocket League just doesn't work. Yeah, it was you. It was you. I can't believe I forgot. Play game. Here we go. Starting download. Excuse me? Ma'am? What is this? Shader pre-caching content? Mother effer, when I click download, that's when you're supposed to do this. I guess I installed it, there was an update or something. I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Oh yeah, that's a little hot. Now see, here I'm being an absolute pleb with this cup of coffee. This is made through a Keurig machine, K-cups. I got a variety pack of different teas to try out. Now my raspberry royale, I absolutely love that tea. That's obviously tea bag. Okay. Play again. Processing the Vulkan shaders. I love the Fedora wallpapers. They're fantastic. I will go ahead and say this. This right here is not a Fedora wallpaper. I did get this one myself. This is actually, like, I searched for ultra-wide wallpapers, came across this. It was called like Oriental Fantasy Art. I think that's what it was. But yeah, it's just an ultra-wide wallpaper that I found. It's perfect for, well, this ultra-wide, you know, works. It's good. Like it. Works great. I'm gonna sip this water until this bad boy over here just cools down a wee bit. A wee bit excessive. I've never tried to make tea from raspberry. Which one do you use? 2, 3. Well, no idea. No idea. It's a tea bag, and I guess it's got bits of raspberry in it. Don't ask me. I have nary a clue. I only use anime girl ones, of course, because you know how to optimize your computer. We all know as soon as you've got some anime, you know, girl, calling her girls a little bit iffy, an anime woman with tits spilling out, then you have optimized your computer and it's as fast as you can possibly make it. I mean, there's nothing that makes your computer more responsive than, you know, just a beautiful anime girl with her tits spilling out. It's just, that's how you do it. That's how you make quality OSs. Just default anime chicks with their tits just about spilling out. Perfect. And now I have hit the quota for how many times I can say tits in a live stream, in a Linux live stream. Okay. Okay, see. Brother. Process these Vulkan shaders just a tad bit faster. I would much appreciate it. Much appreciate it. Just saying. Just saying. You're close, but you're not there yet. And it's been a solid minute, and I had to do a stupid download. What are you doing with your food? Mm-hmm. Well, he devoured his bowl of food, and he's absolutely just killed himself by itching his ear. I mean, this dog, like when he scratches his ear, dude, it sounds like he's clawing off skin. Okay, and now we're back to just having the play button. So let's click play, and we get a soft crash. Nothing. This is literally of course I had to say something, and Rocket League won't load. I've never had this happen before. Literally never had this happen before. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. Properties. Compatibility. Nope, I am using Proton. Let's try using an older version. Just because it's going to have to download some stuff. This is totally not annoying. Anime Girl Octopus Legs makes your computer 15% faster. That is disturbing, but definitely true. Nope, Rocket League won't install. You know what? Properties, local files. Oh no, don't move it. How do you? I can't remember. Manage. There we go. Uninstall. I'll just reinstall that bad boy at some point. But okay, so Rocket League's a bust. We could try Doom. And always try Doom. Back with laughing at all the weird shit y'all were talking about. I like Earl Grey tea, chamomile tea, and peppermint tea. I like chamomile tea. I've never been a big fan of peppermint tea, only because I'm not a huge fan of peppermint. I drink another type of tea. It's called yerba mate. Bro, I have a bag of yerba mate out there. It is fantastic. It is amazing. I highly recommend anybody in here who's never heard of yerba mate, pick yourself up some and make you a tea. And here's the thing, take whatever recommended amount of yerba mate they say to make your tea with, double it. Because that shit is like, again, it's not caffeine, so it's not like you're gonna have a problem with getting real jittery or anything, but that thing is, yerba mate is straight up crack. It is amazing. It tastes good. You put a little bit of honey in there with it, fantastic, and it focuses the hell out of you. It's like just popping an Adderall. For those of you who have never done that before, it focuses you real good, real good. And you're a loyal PG customer, right? I don't even know what PG is. I think I'm going to install Steam, see how gaming is on EOS. That'd be interesting. Here it was just not even gonna. I mean, hell, Firefox wasn't even, was slow as shit. Make you a tea. Oh, now it's clear you're an American. I default to Japanese green or Korean white from a local tea store. I didn't know teas came in colors. Korean white, Japanese green. I don't know what that means. For all I know, that's like slang terms. PG tips. You're so Southern sometimes, Tyler. Are you kidding? I come from Tennessee, and I come from rural Tennessee. So this Southern accent is not fake at all. At all. I do say y'all and other crazy shit that Southerners say. I am very Southern, very Southern. Like, I've always lived very close to Nashville. And let's be honest, if you're in Nashville, your Southern accent is not bad. I'm installing Steam right now. Well, hey, here's the thing. You know my username on Steam, okay? I will load up my friends menu right now and keep it over here with my chat. Hold on, view friends list, here we go. We'll take this over here. Okay, so it needs to be behind here. You can shoot me an invite on Steam and we can play together. If that's something you want to do. Okay, launching. Oh, it's apparently launching Doom. Oh, there it is, okay. My ex-fiance was a Texan, so I'm used to it. Oh, of course you are then. Of course you are. Texans have a better Southern accent than we do here in Tennessee. That's for damn sure. Southern Belle, of course. I mean, you know me. I'm just your casual, cutie Southern Belle, of course. Of course. That's probably the most unmanly thing I have ever said, period, on this channel. Ooh, that's good. That's good. So first time trying out the English breakfast tea. Again, I have no company. I have no idea what the company is made of, but it's good. Okay, so Doom is just working right now. Again, I know it's off center for you guys. I'm gonna make it not full screen here in a second. Okay, so so far I'm reading this and we're getting anywhere from 49 to 60 frames per second, bouncing all the way up in there. So so it is using my RX 5600M, or at least it should be. It's saying that it is, which is good. That's good. I know this is really weird, so I have to go into a campaign and then go into settings, and then go to video, window mode, window, escape. Do you want to keep these display settings? Yes. Okay, so then it's gonna freak out here for a second. There we go. Can I get out of the game to move it out? Well, no, but okay, it's pretty much perfect. Yeah, again, pretty much perfect. Okay, so let's go into video here. 1920 by 1080. Yeah, I don't know. Except we're using OpenGL for right now. Again, we're getting fine performance, so there's no reason. Okay, it's definitely an issue with Pipewire because my audio is fucked up right now. Like it's cutting in and out. I'm just gonna turn it all the way down. Like it's actually more annoying to hear it than it is anything else. Wait. You cannot, and I repeat, you cannot drink breakfast tea at this time. I don't see why not. Why not? I mean, hey, if it's 5 o'clock somewhere, that means it's also 5 o'clock a.m. somewhere. So continue this game. Again, don't worry. I know you can't hear audio because I can't hear audio either. It would be fun. As far as I know, Pipewire does a great job of outputting it to, you know, the actual stream. Like the audio is fine, but for me in my headphones, it's horrendous. Okay. So this is smooth as butter, brother. Smooth as butter. Now I know my computer is sitting way closer to my microphone, so you can hear the fan spin up, I'm sure. I have no idea where I'm going. Oh, okay. Hey, how's it going? Crazy biatch. Let's see. Let's go here. If we press E, force login. Yeah. Opening secure area. Oh, right here behind. Okay. Epic. Shields. Oh, what's this thing? I don't know what that is. Okay. Press E here. Containment field. I don't know. I don't know what that did. Well, we've got to go do something. Oh yeah. So now that we've dropped the containment field, we can do this here. Yeah. We want to just get that stone and get all that satanic ritual stuff thrown up on the screen. Yeah. Ooh boy. Okay. Get this cool thing. Don't know what this is. Wait, reclaim the crucible? What does that even mean? Area on lockdown. What for? Ain't nothing weird about this. I need to like shoot you or some shit. You know, this is normally about. Oh. Hey, man. Okay, so we've got friends here. Buddy just wants to make sure that you know it. Hey. No, sir. Come here. No, sir. Come here. No, sir. I know. It's okay. It's okay. He's alive. Oh, look. I look away. Finally, I've got enemy. Buddy! Good God. Jesus. Get over here. Come here. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. We're done. We're just spinning a circle. Sit. All right. This is a great game where I can just, you know, not be paying attention for a while. And still be doing just fine. What am I getting hit? Oh, you're a big dude. You're a big dude. Q. No, not tab. Q? Yeah, Q. Hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm a little busy right now. Buddy, trust me. Ooh, yeah. Rip his head off. There we go. All right. We played Doom, and I've ripped a head off. I think that's all you need to know. I think he's an alien dog. He gotta be. Sounds like a demon dog. Genuinely freaked me out. Yeah. His bark is not fully developed yet. But he would have you believe it is. Pay more attention to your doggy. Teach him how to compile the kernel. I mean, that is an important value to pass down to your pets. I mean, like, let's be honest. How many poor dogs are out there that don't know how to compile their own kernel? It's just unfortunate. It's completely unfortunate. But, guys, I think it's been a great stream, but I have friends here who most likely have brought alcohol, and so we might end up with a drunk rant stream after a bit, which would be incredible. Give your dog puppy Linux for company. Well, we've got another puppy here for him to play with and, you know, have fun with, but she's a little bee, so she, for some reason, does not like Buddy one bit. Probably because she's scared of his size, because she is a tiny lapdog. Oh, it's that time. Yeah, we're going to have to go. Now, I know Linux Noob's video is coming out here before too long. Let me just go ahead and, before we end off the stream here, let me check to see, because I don't think it's already up. I think he would have said something if it was already up. But if I search P3P Linux Noob, all one word. All right, so we got the channel intro, yeah. Okay, so it's not up yet. So when we come back, we'll definitely be checking out that video for sure. But, okay, so you do want to see a drunk rant stream. Okay, so we'll definitely do that. But take care, everybody. Yeah, thank you guys for all being here. And I hope all of you guys have a good time. We will be back streaming at some point this evening. I would say it's probably a safe bet to assume that I'll be streaming in a couple hours to a few hours at most. So, yeah, I look forward to seeing all of you guys there. And have a great time. It was nice chilling with you guys. See ya. Good end.